Okay, hold on really quick. I'm sorry. We're gonna giga autism this shit before we even start the stream. Okay, I'm watching just a YouTube video on glitch speedrunning, and there's a song in the background, and I recognize it, but I want to make sure. Can I get any fellow autists to identify this song is from Ghost Trick, right? That like Ace Attorney, the people who made Ace Attorney made it. Look, I'm gonna play the bit. He's gonna talk over it, but you have to hear it for the music.
And it works here too. Normally I would want to figure out why, but this is very strange behavior. When an issue persists through a hard reboot of the game, it gets a little difficult to truly tell what's going on. And to be honest, I know how to clip now, and I don't really care about the why right now, but my two ideas are that it has
Is that Ghost? Oh, so that is that Ace Attorney then, not Ghost? Okay, so I was close then. All right. Dope, thank you. Also, before he goes, let me show you a ribbon. Look at this little guy! Look how good his eyes look. Such an improvement. Tim Pool stole a cat. Didn't he actually do that? Okay, 5 minutes. All right, there we go, guys. Just needed a little bit of extra time to arrange my horse folder. What's up? How y'all doing? Man, I need a haircut. Look at all this. Look at all this shag. My goodness. Man bun time? Yeah, might as well. Jesus. Where'd the beanie go? Well, I put it in my hands, and I lifted up off my head, and I moved it elsewhere. Oh, that's awesome, the Radical Dino. Hell yes. That's got to be like a big get, right? I would kill someone for that jacket. Okay, get it out of the way. Oh, we're gonna get it out of the way right now, by the way. I did it. I corresponded with that person from the anthology, and I bought the jacket. I bought the jacket. I really hope it fits. That's it, you know? We'll find out in like 1 to 2 weeks. So, yeah. I have to get some trousers as well, but that's relatively easy compared to the jacket. The $2,000 one? No, that's a coat. The $1,200 one. Look, it'll be with me my whole life, okay? Which one? This one. We very deliberately not right-click to open any images. This one right here. Is that lamb wool? No, it's wool. Okay, we got it out of the way. I don't know if that's worth 1,200. You can't really tell. The jackets, like suit jackets, are incredibly difficult and complicated to make. You know, a high quality one, the difference is significant. And somebody asked where this jacket that I'm wearing right now is from, and it's from, Mag & Lens. There. Spelled like that. All right, let's move on. Autism is a choice?
Autism is a choice.
True.
Here's the autism spectrum, and all of us fall in it, right? Where do you think I fall in the spectrum, huh? Wait a second. Who's that? That's me. Is that Royce? I'm all the way over here.
That's so fucking true. That's true. This is the spirit with which you should live your life. Absolutely. Hell yes.
I'm not on the spectrum. Because I choose to not be there. I choose to not be autistic. You probably think I'm here. Or here. Or here. I'm all the way over here, man. Well, you get the point. You get the point. Let's get back to talking about which foods have the weirdest textures.
So true. So true. Blizzards disrupt Lunar New Year travel for millions to China. Man, I thought Blizzard reached their lowest low when they fucked up the Warcraft remaster. Now this? That's pretty sad. I think the Lunar New Year, I'm pretty sure, is like the biggest holiday in the world. Like, in terms of how many people are doing a big collective event, I think the Lunar New Year is the biggest thing. No? No video? We don't feel like it today? Adulting is hard? Okay. The Blizzard cut out the video. One woman posted on social media that she had been stuck on a highway in Hunan for 3 days because of the snow. Jesus! Villagers came to sell hot rice by the roadside for 40 yuan. Or 48 pounds. Dude, what? You fucking scalpers! prompting an online discussion about whether that was a fair price. Okay, legally, people who take advantage of catastrophes to inflate the price of, like, necessary goods like food should be shot. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm pretty sure that actually used to be a thing that would be done, right? Like, it's against the law in America in some cases, but still, you know. Xi Jinping, I am calling out to you to have all of these people publicly executed, okay? Huh. Well, that's pretty sad. Hopefully they're still able to make the celebrations. Hush up, you. Good lord. Can and I will, Days accountant. How much rice was it? Okay, we are talking China prices, okay? If I went to China and I paid £4.50 for a bowl of rice, that bowl had better be like a fucking, like, wok. You know what I mean? That'd better be a fucking barrel of rice that I'm getting. Jesus Christ. You're rich, just pay the money. It's not about me. It's about the people over there. They're not all rich. Yeah, it's literally just rice. It's not like fried rice that has other stuff in it. It just said rice. Whatever. Yeah. Skill issue, you can turn rice into sake and it'll be way cheaper than a bottle. Look, I know I'm not the best judge of this because I don't tend to like alcohol, but sake okay, I'm really sorry. Pardon my cultural insensitivity. Warm sake is revolting. Warm alcoholic drink, I can't, like, I'm sorry. I know it's a thing. I can't do it. I'm sorry. I can't do it. Or hot sake or whatever. I can't do it. I just, maybe it's like a comfort thing. Like, I just got used to drinking drinks cold. You're just racist. Well, I knew that, but in addition to that, I also don't like hot sake. That's how you drink rice. Well, yeah, I know. Yeah, and I'm disagreeing with it. Yeah, over in the land of the rising sun, over in Nippon, you know what else they do? They're all like fucking VTubers and shit. Or whatever. Do you want a Japan anime? Clearly their judge taste. I'm judging their taste. Most comprehensive sentence. Yeah, well, you know what? It's perfectly understandable. The purpose of language is to communicate, so as long as what I say comes across. Have you tried hot spicy wine? That's a big thing in Europe. I actually think I did once, and I think the spicy made it a bit better than just like the sake rice flavor, but I still didn't like it. Excuse me. Can we watch a cosplayer turn Asmongold into a hot anime girl? Dude, I'm not showing this, and I didn't want to make a video about it because there's nothing to even say, but like, literally a few days after the fucking Asmongold thing, I saw a clip on Twitter from a recent stream where a fucking cockroach climbed up his white t-shirt while he was streaming, and he like caught it in his hand and took it outside or whatever. Holy shit. Like, oh my fucking god. It like defies, it truly defies comprehension, you know? Gamers not beating the allegations. How big was the roach? No, it was like a full-size roach. It wasn't like a little baby roach or whatever. I haven't even seen. I know a lot of this is a regional thing. I don't think cockroaches are in Seattle. I know that sounds naive. Of course they are, but like they're not visible. In Los Angeles, cockroaches were actually pretty much everywhere during the summer months because the fruit would fall off the trees and it would smush on the ground and it would ferment and the cockroaches would come out for it. In fact, I distinctly remember growing up that there was an apricot tree that was near my house, and cockroaches would actually get drunk off of the fermented apricot juice that would spill out when they got overripe and fell to the ground. And I could tell they were drunk because they like wouldn't move normal. They were like wavery, you know what I mean? And they have very, very slow reaction speed. Like if you walk near them, they wouldn't immediately dart. They would like, you know? And it was distinct to the apricot. So I don't know if apricots like ferment faster, or I don't really know. Bugs like the heat, yeah. The cockroaches in Florida fly. I used to visit my grandparents back in the summers, and those cockroaches would they would come at you, you know. Fuck that. I mean, all cockroaches have wings, but not all of them fly. Some of them are too big for their wings to be practically useful for like flying around. Jesus, Red Cascadian. Have you ever encountered a wild mantis? Yeah, they're huge in Humboldt, Northern California. They're so big. Thank you, Masakui. Are you not warm with that jacket? It's actually pretty light. The quilted thing is purely aesthetic. It's not a puffer jacket at all. It's just as thin as like a regular thin hoodie. Is that true, the Radical Dino? Well, I mean, whatever the case, like cockroaches do fly in Florida, not really in Los Angeles, so I don't really know. It's all the same species, American cockroach, and they all fly. Okay, then I don't know, but I never saw a cockroach fly in Los Angeles, but I saw it all the time in Florida, so I don't know why that is. There have to be regional differences. I know there are. They fly in Japan and in Hawaii. Maybe it's just a warm climate thing. It gets pretty warm in LA. Maybe it has to be like warm and humid. I have no idea. I'm not really sure. The roaches in New York are smaller than LA. Yeah, that's because New York has the big rats. Oh, I saw the cutest rat the other day. I was driving back from a hookup, and I was getting out of the parking lot, and there was a rat that was on the chain link fence that was blocking off the parking lot. Like it was vertical. Like its face was pointed down, and it had like its tail wrapped around the link in the fence, and it was just chilling. Like it was just like chilling there, you know, like stanced up, looking down. It was really, really cute because I drove right by it. I could see its belly, and it was like, you know, looking around and stuff. Super cute, just hanging. Did you take a pic? I couldn't. I was driving. There was a car behind me. I didn't want to stop and like, you know, take a pic. It was nighttime too, so the camera sensor wouldn't get much. Would you get a pet rat if you didn't have cats? No, rats don't live long enough. That makes me sad. I would get sad. I like rats a lot. I wouldn't, they would die too quick, you know? You sure it wasn't an opossum? Opossums are huge. I would know if it was one of those. They're huge. Get a ferret? Ferrets are stinky. The cutest rodent encounter I ever had was very late at night. I was just out with friends, and we were walking past a park, and there was a little like stone path that led up to like the main area of the park from the sidewalk, and there was a raccoon sitting there. And by sitting, I mean sitting on its butt in the middle of the path. Like it was like sitting on its butt. You know what I mean? So it was like that. It was this big fat one, and it was just like sitting there staring at us, like, I don't know, 30 feet away. Um, so fucking cute. Raccoons aren't rodents? Really? Oh, okay. Well, whatever. Raccoons are rodents? Yeah, degus are super cute. Me. Look at these little guys. Rats aren't rodents? Okay, I'm not an animal expert at all. Cute, Chase Watkins. Yes, they are. Okay, you can just tell me anything. Fucking raccoons aren't rodents. I believe you. Rats aren't rodents. Sure, I believe you. I don't fucking know. I don't care. I don't know. It's irrelevant to me. It makes no difference. This is not even remotely my field. You know. Rodents aren't rodents. I believe you. I'm a rodent. I believe you. Magan Lens Looney Tunes. Fuck, I'm gonna have to add a bunch of commands for like where I got my clothing from because people are gonna ask a lot. I appreciate that, by the way. Rubit! Oh, almost got him. Like that. Good space news. Saturn's Death Star moon has an ocean hidden under its crust. Really? Calculations suggest a 45-mile deep internal body of water lurks beneath Mimas's 15-mile thick icy shell. I mean, I guess that makes sense because of the ice, but... Huh, that's pretty cool. What's in there, though? Yeah, as much as I would love to believe that there are, like, sea creatures underneath. I know there aren't, but it's cool to imagine, right? Jupiter's moon Europa might have an ocean under its ice. Yeah. Dude, water is so fucking cool. For the longest time, I didn't really understand why water was necessary to life, because I didn't understand how bodies worked. And it took me a while, but like the whole like mega solvent thing. You know what I mean? Like the whole job of water is to let everything else dissolve into it. Or not dissolve. What's the term? Particulate? Disperse? What's the term? Not dissolve. Is it dissolve? Is that the thing I'm thinking of? Okay, yeah. Ameliorate. Discombobulate. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Gonna pull the hat off the autism card a little bit more and just say, you know what's one thing that I've always wished that I would see in like a superhero comic or some anime with a power system or whatever? You know how it's very common in basically all stories of that nature to have like superhumanly strong people? What do they do with all the excess heat they build up? If their muscles are producing more energy, that means not only would they need more calories, they would burn more heat. I think it'd be super... You know how Karlak has like steam vents on her? I think that that would be really cool if there was like a superhuman and they had like the steam vents, because there's literally no other way for them to get rid of excess heat. Like how else would they have to get rid of the heat somehow, you know? I don't know. I think that'd be cool as hell. Yeah, the Titans have that. The Titans have that in Attack on Titan, true. But like, I mean a regular, like, given how fast he moves, fucking, that one twink should have it as well. The one twink with the short hair. You know what I'm talking about. The Zip Zoom guy. Levi, yeah. He should have that too. It's cool as hell. That's one of the greatest difficulties to deal with in space, how to get rid of heat. Yeah, it's like a whole fucking thing, you know? Isn't that kind of an MHA? Not in the way that I mean, but whatever. All right, let's move on. if we're going to talk about this, you know, I saw this on my subreddit. It's the Deep Fat Fried Boys going over a video of mine. A Thermia video, actually. Thermia, as always, fronting the very best of my channel. Thank you, Thermia. Man, this is an hour long. Apparently they get really fucking angry at me here. Whatever this conversation ended up becoming, it was significant enough that TJ messaged me, and he was quite nice, but he messaged me to express disagreement. So I guess the contents of this stream gave him enough, like he was left with enough thoughts that he wanted to directly message me about it. TBH, it kind of sucks how you go against the DSA with no real alternative. Yeah, look, there are branches of the DSA that do good work. The main issue is just that because they don't have, they're not very organized. They don't have much of a, like, central structure. It seems like they're doomed to perpetual ineffectiveness because all of these various branches just run off and do their own thing. You know what I mean? That's a big issue because most of the time, the only time you hear about DSA chapters is when one of them does something really fucking dumb. That's when you hear about them, right? So, like, you can have a bunch of DSA chapters that are, like, very diligently and carefully, you know, working to advance, like, local political goals. And then you can have 2 or 3 of them being, like, loud and obnoxious and annoying. And that ends up dragging the media attention. And it lacks the discipline that historically civil rights or political advocacy groups have. The main reason why I say, you know, if you have a locally effective DSA chapter, or if you think you can get work done there, hell, even if you don't think so, it's worth it to attend a meeting. Take a look at the vibes, you know? Check the vibes. But at the same time, if you want to really get into politics as a career or even as an activist, I think that you're probably more likely to get the resources that you need working with the Democrats. Not because the Democrats are, like, good, but because there's probably, like, a higher density of career opportunities and connections that you can make. There are some, like, local Dem groups that are effective, and there are, like, young, activated progressives working at a local level. A lot of them are just total horseshit, though. But even the horseshit ones have something worthwhile in them for you, you know, as, like, a springboard to learn more or to get involved. You know what I mean, right? That all depends. That could be said of literally everything. I mean, yeah, obviously that all depends, right? It always all depends. But it's a general statement. Is watching you still a screening question? Yeah, I do. I have heard multiple times from different people that there have been DSA, like, organizers that have been weird about me and, like, brought me up, which is always very strange. Hello, Artemis. It really depends on the actual movement. I still think that, like, if you are interested in getting involved, check out your local DSA chapter, you know? I think it would be to your benefit. I work with both the Young Dems and the DSA. One feels like networking and the other feels like activism. Both are fine if you call yourself a leftist and a serious person/adult. Yeah, it's also not, you know, mutually exclusive. You can do both. Yeah, I think I agree. Networking is very important if you want to build the experience, skills, and the resume for being an effective political actor. You can learn a lot of useful stuff, even from people who aren't anywhere near as left-leaning as you, right? There are people who think you're not genuine. Also a universally applicable statement, but not genuine in what respect? If I'm asked if I watch Vosh, should I say no to the DSA? Yes, always deny. Deny, deny, deny. I'm Swedish and you got mentioned at a local left party meeting, not super positively. My main experience with the DSA and with DSA people, from what I've seen, is that a lot of them are basically using it as a social group for permanently online LARPers who don't really have much of an idea or interest as to how to apply their goals to the real world. That's not universally applicable, but that is definitely, like, a tendency in the DSA. Of course, that's not to say that the Democrats don't also have negative tendencies. I talk about those all the time. It's more just a matter of, like, what can you do to advance your interests and the interests of the, you know, the people broadly. That's every DSA near Dallas I've checked. Ah, yeah. It's 50 minutes long. I'll click around a little bit. It looks like it's time-stamped heavily. Maritime trade, Vosh Limbaugh, into the Vosh pit, Twitter is not real, vote liberal, being charitable, leftism is failure. I remember saying that. That's true. I'm cribbing that directly off of Disco Elysium, by the way. Communism is failure. Yeah. DSA worse than liberals, Vosh left the left, another right-wing win. Vosh don't know. What does the DSA do? Okay. Vosh Limbaugh. I think they're going to be very shouty. I anticipate shouting.
The Houthis, you know, it's pretty much any war project that America's got going.
That's true.
Anti-music thinks music is a total waste of time and like a brain drain, you know?
Okay.
Who am I talking about? Rush Limbaugh or Vosh?
I mean,
that's pretty true.
Why does the radical left sound like Rush Limbaugh from 15, 20 years ago?
Is Rush Limbaugh anti-music? Is that a position that he has? Am I anti-music? I was listening to Get Low in the shower while I was getting ready for stream this morning. You do say some weird shit about music. I saw a clip of you saying you can't critically engage. No. People like to interpret what I say really uncharitably there. And to be honest, this does bother me a little bit. All I was saying was that if I'm like looking at people on dating profiles and I'm trying to see what their interests are, I wouldn't know what to say or how to talk with a person whose like primary interest was music. You can't listen to music together with a person and have the same kind of extensive conversations or opinions on it the way you can with a movie because, and I'm really sorry to tell you guys this, and I know a lot of you are going to be triggered by it, a movie has more overlapping elements to engage with than music. Obviously, movies contain music plus other things. It would be like if a person on a dating profile said they like looking at paintings. Obviously, looking at paintings is like a fully, like that's a fully valid and engaging way to work with art. But like, if that was a person's primary, like hobby, looking at paintings, like, do they just sit in their computer chair and like look at painting? Like, I don't mind looking at paintings. I love going to the museum or art galleries or whatever. But then do I, like, if we're like hanging out, do I just like sit next to them and like look at the paintings? Like, I could talk about that, but I don't know. I feel like there's a little less to work with conversationally. Maybe music and paintings feel like more of an internal emotional. Yeah, this is a bad take. No, it's not. No, you people are insane on that. You people are insane on this. I can say because you're all engaging with this like on an internal level, and you're thinking like, well, I've had deep emotional experiences with music. I'm not talking about your emotional experiences. I'm talking about talking with another person. Yes, you can. I feel like, I feel like I should just ban all of you. If for no other reason than because no effort is being made to actually engage with what I'm saying. I think I'll just do that. There we go. Oh, it's going to be a lot of people. It's going to be a lot of people. Oh, yeah. Ooh, there we go. Yeah. Anyway, I'm correct on this. We've done this whole thing, before, and the problem is that people get really emotional about music and art generally because, well, that's fine. It's an emotional work. So as a consequence of this, people get like so defensive that they don't engage with anything that I'm saying. After the last time we talked about this, basically everyone in chat ended up agreeing with me, but it took like 2 hours of massaging the hurt egos of people who don't have a personality outside of liking a given band. I'm really sorry, guys. But if you genuinely think that, like there's no underlying truth or like point to what I'm saying, then you're off on this. Like, listen, I understand what you mean, Vosh, but I think you're not really understanding how deeply you can appreciate music. There are YouTube channels dedicated to shit. Missing the point, banned. All for one day. You can come back later. Unironically read some music theory, banned. Missing the point. Not difficult. Vosh musicians do this all the time. I'm not a musician. Why would I, if on a dating profile, want to engage with a person on the basis of what a musician would like to do? Vosh, do you know about music theory? You can go very deep. Banned. Literally, none of you listened to what I said. Vosh, you can connect with people over music so easily. Didn't say you can't. And nothing gets me more than people not actually listening to what I say and getting angry at an imagined version of the thing that I said. But music is much more personalizing. Banned. Nothing to do with what I said. Ban me, I'll take one for the team. Banned. Vosh, I think this might be an autism thing. Probably. But also banned. Vosh is right, just sitting there listening to music in silence as a date is weird. I think you can do that. I don't know if you could do it for like 2.5 hours the way you could with the movie. I mean, you can, but I think it's a little less common. People in chat are going to pretend it's not less common. People in chat are going to be like, no, actually, it's just as common to sit and watch music in silence for 2.5 hours as it is to watch a movie. That's just as common. It's just as common to do that. Ban me too. Okay. Vosh, it's really just a you problem. I think I've never heard anyone say this. It's not really a me problem. I'm not talking about any like sort of personal opinion thing. The fact that music has less layers to engage with than a movie is pretty much objective. Vosh, I think it's a good take, but it doesn't really only apply to music. Wouldn't it be hard to talk to a movie snob / expert about a movie? Well, we're not talking about like the level of expertise. We're just talking about how much material is being provided. Obviously, if you're watching like a movie or a TV show, this is an incredibly complicated and multi-layered piece of media. It's multimedia, literally, right? So you have like narrative and character stuff, and you have the writing, and then you have music, and you have like there's so much stuff that goes into it, with music just being one part of it. So, of course, being multi-layered, there's like more ways to engage with it. Much in the same way that there's like an entire universe of thought and experience that goes into paintings. But like, if you just sat and watched that with somebody, watching music on its own is like looking at a pretty image on its own, in that it's a totally valid and cool thing to do. But I would have trouble making that the primary shared experience with another person. Maybe if I was at a concert or an art museum or something like that, then that's kind of like a venue specifically designed to, you know, to maximize the sort of engagement there. Have you taken any art history class? Yep, 2 of them, and honors. And I went to the extracurriculars. Thank you. What do you think about the way music impacts society? That's a pretty broad question. Music's cool. Vosh, I don't think you can get this point across better than you already have so far. Yeah, it's just really, oh man, I don't mind people disagreeing with me. It's just sometimes like I can hear like the clicking going off in somebody's brain, or in all of chat's brain collectively, especially with emotionally impactful stuff like music, because obviously it's art, right? So it hits you right in the brain heartstrings. And people like don't listen to anything that I'm saying, and they just run off with it, you know? Yep, the essay posting. Weren't we supposed to watch Paul's ego be emotional? Well, we're now watching chat be emotional. Definitely not me. I'm totally emotionally detached. There's no way that I'm involved in this at all. What are your thoughts on watching music videos? Why? What do you think I'm against watching music videos? Music videos are cool. What do you, what, again, like people ascribe like the weirdest fucking positions to me. Like people unironically act like I don't think music is art or something. Like some Ben Shapiro ass, like, come on, guys. Vosh, you're doing a Mott and Bailey. Your original claim was framed much more contentiously. That I'm not doing a Mott and Bailey at all. My position has stayed consistent this entire time. If you ascribed a bunch of stupid bullshit that you interpreted to my original position, and now upon further clarification you feel that I'm being disingenuous for not being as dumb as you uncharitably thought I was, that's on you. Vosh, I study art history, and I think you're kind of right. Unless you both are really into paintings or music and go super deep into analysis, there's not that much to talk about. Yeah, there is a reason why going to the theaters to watch a movie is a far, far more common date or hangout thing than like, then I don't know, like going to a museum. And even that's not really the same too, because a museum or a concert are like very specific curated venues. I guess it would be more like queuing up a bunch of images on your computer to look at. Wait, people just sit and listen to music in silence. I can understand doing it on one's own, but as a date, that can be cool, right? It's not really my thing, but I get that. I'm just saying there's less to talk about with that than there would be with a movie, like on average. And people, when I say that, people are thinking what I'm saying is there's less involved effort, or there's, well, of course there's less involved effort than a movie. Movies are insanely difficult to make, obviously. And they take like fucking thousands of people or whatever. But yeah, on average, less so. You see Vosh is racist because he's saying he doesn't like rock and roll. True. Vosh, this feels like an example of you not having much musical interest or skill. I have long conversations with my girlfriend all the time about specific songs, techniques, different riffs being played, the mix, etc. You're exactly what I'm talking about. If you having a specific interest, do you think that's broadly applicable? Like the average person is like sitting and hanging out with their date and listening to music and going like, man, the specific riff, musical theory, da-da-da. Like, come on, you're obviously engaging with it because you have like a talent for or an interest in the subject. Not everyone who watches movies is into cinematography, you know? Like, yes, I do that. It's not about whether you do that. Again, use some critical thinking. This isn't about whether or not it's possible to do that. We're just saying on average, if you're hanging out with people, oh man. Vosh, I feel like you just didn't have many shared experiences like that. Unironically ableist, get banned. I've chilled out listening to music with people before. How thick do you have to be I just don't think you've had the essential bonding experience of sitting in a room choked with weed smoke, listening to a band that I like. Yes, I have. What are you talking about? Jesus. What about concept albums? What about them? I agree with what you're saying. It's like when people say, I am a music fan, it's like, what do they mean? Yeah, oh, well, don't say that. Chat will say that you're like autistic and don't have a right to any opinion. You're saying that music is an art. If you say that that's like kind of an ambiguous statement. Vosh, can you not have conversations about video games? Of course, video games have more going on than music, definitionally, because video games contain music. Chad thinks you're saying all music is slop, Vosh. Yeah. Oh my god, chat's really active here. Vosh, do you think you don't have to go on a deeper level to engage with and converse about film? Nope, you don't. That is the brilliance of narrative storytelling. You don't need to know anything about cinema or even care about cinema to have strong opinions on narrative, because narrative is a human element that's present in or outside of art. That's the whole point. That's the reason why movies, books, television, and video games, you know, art that has a general narrative element, characters and stories and dialogue that you can follow, tends to elicit way more discussion, because those are elements of real life human behavior that we all have opinions on. You can't not have an opinion on a subject like the way characters are written, because we write our own dialogue. Today I learned music isn't narrative. I'm banning you for 30 days because you have to be so fucking bad faith. Oh my god. Bro, you can have a story in an album. Guys, please. Come on. Come on, dude. Do you know how difficult this is for me? It's crazy. It's like you're genuinely making the effort, you know? What about subcultures around music? What about them? Oh, we're not talking about that. Vosh, do you think books and movies are the same level of general discussion? What does that mean? Do you mean how much can people talk about them having read them together? Well, you can't really read a book together, obviously. The most you can do is have two separate people reading the same book in the same room, I guess. It's not really a shared media experience, unless two people are like reading over each other's shoulder or something. But yeah, people talk about books that they read, like in book clubs. That's the whole thing. But obviously that's fallen off because movies are easier to engage with, because you can just sit and watch them and not have to like engage with the text. I feel like this is like a critical thinking issue, you know? This really is a Vosh L, is it? Or is it a 30-day ban? I appreciate the affirmation, but I know I'm correct on this. This isn't an opinion that's separated by knowledge of music versus not knowledge of music. This is an opinion separated by people who are right, like me, and wrong, and probably socially inept and smelly, like some of the people in chat. It's mostly a matter of confidence, I think. Insecurity is what's causing people to disagree with me on this. Or lack of critical thinking skills. Vosh, people being called out because it turns out liking music isn't a whole personality. They hate to be told that. Liking movies isn't either, by the way. Vosh, bring it back to the example of dating profiles. I like music and I'm really into music theory / composition / etc. give completely different impressions of a person. Yes, I agree. Yeah, 100%. If I saw a person's bio say, I like music, I wouldn't get from that the impression that they were into music theory. I would get the impression that they're into listening to music, which is different, obviously. I would be interested in listening to a person into music theory talk about music. You know, I have friends that are into music theory because that's like a different level than just like listening to the music and having opinions on the music. Much in the same way that I don't really know what I like movies means. Stream is choppy. It's YouTube. OBS is working fine. Sorry about that. So you want everyone who makes music to die? Yes. Vosh, is your point with movies that the subject matter casts a wider net, like one could really engage with the plot while another dissects the score? No, it's that the narrative element of art is the thing that humans have an innate opinion on, basically, because the things that allow us to appreciate that are literally hard-coded into our brain as a like element of our ability to have social experiences. So if you are watching a movie, most of the time, the opinions people come away with in the movie are opinions on the plot, the story, the characters, because those are the human social elements that we literally have chunks of our brain dedicated to processing. That's something that humans have like a very specific relationship with. Now, you might come away from a movie saying like, wow, the art was really beautiful, or like the visuals were beautiful. Of course, sure. But we are just better at and more likely to, on average, outside of like the specialties, right? People who are especially interested in them, engage with that kind of stuff. Same with books. Video games, of course, have narratives. A lot of them do. You know, that's just something we like to dissect. So movies can be more slop than music or book because... No, we're not talking about slop. No, I haven't used that word. We're not talking about slop. Any art form can be slop. Vosh, this is wild. You take one position, then when people try to nuance your position, you claim that was what you were saying the whole time. You're not wrong, just buoyant. You're delusional. You're fighting shadows. You're being attacked on all sides by phantoms. Ghosts are choking you out, okay? You quickly, okay? Make your way to some holy water, all right? You fucking shadow boxer. Jesus. Chad is being super bad faith at this point. I don't know. I guess it's the people who have I like music in their dating bios. Would you agree that people can talk about music in terms of... You can talk about music... What do you mean, would you agree people can talk about music? Of course, I don't need to agree on that. It's already true. My consensus on the matter is irrelevant. Again, you're asking for my permission. You're either mad at me for the imagined position that music is bad or dumb or something, or you're like insecurely asking, well, it's okay to be like this. You can be whatever, dude. It's fine. It's okay. Oh my God, we spent so long on this topic, Lamau. Well, it's not really about the music. There's nothing to me more frustrating than what I perceive as being deliberately misunderstood. Most of my time as a YouTuber has been, from my perspective, fighting like upstream against people who are willfully dishonest when they interpret what I say. I deal with a lot of stuff like that. And for the most part, I can tolerate it outside of the community because the alternative to tolerating it would be, I don't know, being upset all the time. I will say, though, it does bother me when it comes from within the community, especially on a topic that's not as, like, politically important. Like, my opinions on music aren't really a moral question. Even if you thought I had a bad take, this is what I'd consider a relatively trivial subject. We're not talking about human rights here. So for people in chat to leap out at me with what I think are very bad faith interpretations of what I say, it is very, very frustrating. I expect it from Paul's ego, but when a bunch of people in chat are acting like Paul's ego, do you see the issue? Move on, please. I will move you on to the nether realm for one day. To be fair, some of your early clips are incredibly... Yeah. Well, it's been 5 years, Unorthodox Monkey. Has chat always been like this since the start, or has chat deteriorated over time? No, chat is probably better than it used to be. However, this particular subject, the music thing, has always gotten people, and I just don't get it. I think you need to explain your point clearly again. No, my point has been clearly explained. A failure to understand it properly is on other people, not on me. I could repeat it an infinite number of times, and there would always be people who would be like, ah, well, you actually mean this. How come chat is insane about music and smoking weed? There's probably an overlap between the two groups. Also, it's insecurity. I say, you know, a lot of people are coping about being weed addicts, and the people who are insecure about the fact that they are coping weed addicts get mad at me. Likewise, people are insecure about, I don't know, the validity of their engagement with music, as though I don't listen to music all the time. So they lash out at me. That behavior is almost always a product of insecurity. I think people think when you say movies are multi-layered and a lot more complicated, it's less about the complication and more about the presence of the narrative element. And yes, music can be narrative, but if you don't know the difference between the narrative presence in a movie and music, again, you're acting in bad faith. You're being ridiculous, frankly. You're being silly, okay? If you genuinely can't tell the difference between, like, 2 hours of plot and dialogue and so on, versus, like, the narrative infused in an album or, like, a rock opera or something, you know? What's 9 plus 10? 21. So you think saying I don't like music is more info on a person than I like music? Yes. If a person said I don't like music in their bio, I would instantly swipe left. I think that's, like, incredibly weird, and it comes across as, like, Redditor behavior to me. You know, like fedora tipping, like I'm too smart to appreciate. I only engage with real, like, you know, serious media, like Warhammer 40K books or whatever. That's honestly unexpected of you, only because you're a retard. When have I ever said I don't like music? Why would I? When have I said? Why would you get that from what I've said? Why? Why? Why would you interpret that from what I've said? Most moose, whatever you're saying is unimportant to what I've said. Whatever the answer is, it's yes, or maybe no. You'll have to take it for yourself. I'm not reading all that. I think the thing we take issue with is that you think music is a lesser art, or at least art less capable of being engaged with critically. It's not a lesser art. There's no such thing as a lesser art. And in terms of, like, ability to engage with critically, you can engage with anything critically to any level. It's about how readily people can engage with it. It is easier to engage with a movie than it is to engage with music. The average person with no special interest in movies can probably hold an extensive conversation on a movie because the narrative element in a movie is something that ties into parts of how we think that we have very strong opinions on by default. The way characters behave, you know? There are elements to that we have just innate appreciation of. Whereas with music, well, obviously, like, there is an element of us that seems to appreciate music on an almost fundamental level, but that doesn't necessarily mean we can engage with it or hold a conversation on it to the same extent. I think if you took the average person with no special interest in music or movies, just like a normie core dad, you know, someone who wears like a white polo and ill-fitting khaki shorts, and he grills in the backyard, and he thinks that, like, you know, Cajun seasoning is too spicy for him, and I took him out to watch a movie and also sat him down to listen to an album. I bet I could hold more of a conversation on the content of the movie than I could the album, easily. And if you disagree with that, you're insane. You're mentally ill, and you should be locked up. If there are any relatives of the people who disagree with that listening, strongly encourage you to intern them in a mental health care facility so that they can be kept away from society and can't hurt other people. If you disagree with that, you're delusional. You're schizophrenic. You're every mental illness, ableism, everything with your brain that can go wrong has gone wrong. You're actually having a seizure right now. All right. Wow, is it Vosh saying this or Rush Limbaugh? I'm literally copying off the Rush Limbaugh script. In my experience, they wouldn't pay attention to the movie and would have forgotten 90% of it by the end. Then the same would be the case of the album, and they would probably have less to say about that. Would you say this take could be said for fashion? If there's anything I've learned over the past 5 months, it's that fashion, which is an art form, is clearly not easy to engage with for most people. Kind of proves my point. Fashion is objectively an art form, and here we have constant daily evidence that a lot of people are so willfully, obstinately unwilling to engage with it that they act the way they do. Okay? Like, yeah, I feel like that, if anything else, proves my point about the relative accessibility of different art forms in terms of finding something to talk about. Like, you can infinitely engage with fashion, but show a random person, like, a guy in jeans and a t-shirt, what are they going to say? Like, yeah, that's jeans and a t-shirt. I mean, you could go into, like, the history of Levi's and denim and copper, you know, rivets, buttons, and blah, blah, blah. Like, you could do that, sure. Is the average person going to do that? No. That being said, if a person in their bio said, I like fashion, the fashion is, like, an obscure enough mode of art that I feel like I might think, oh, maybe they're a little more into it. Because how can you be into fashion without having some degree of, like, engaged interest in it? You know what I mean? That's just like a social thing, though. That's more of a, like, colloquially, when a person says I'm into fashion, they wouldn't just mean I like staring at outfits. It probably means that they would have some opinion on constructing them. Yeah, I guess it would be like saying I like clothes. Vosh loves being indignant at being misunderstood by chat. Well, in fairness, I think that's a valid thing to get upset about, right? So this has less to do with the content of the art form and more to do with the accessibility of that art form to an extent, and like the ability for the average person to say something interesting about it. I'd like to think that I, you know, like music. I mean, I do. I listen to it and I like it. That's not really something that can be disputed. And I could talk about it a bit, but I couldn't really sustain much of a conversation on it because I don't have like a special interest in it. I don't watch many movies, but I know for a fact that if I watched a movie, I could have lots of opinions on it because I have opinions on human social interactions, which are present in movies, but not generally in music. Question mark, question mark, question mark. I'm just going to ban you preemptively. Sounds like a you problem. Is it? That's a lot more clear for me, Vosh. Yeah, again, it's just, yeah. I hope everyone here can understand and appreciate the frustration that I must feel to see a wave of people in chat instantly go like, L take, you're insane, blah, blah, when I'm saying something that, again, I really don't think there's much room for arguing on. Chat can't be fixed, you should move on. I don't know, I banned a lot of people and it looks a lot better now. All right, editors. That's a new segment. You can throw that one to the wind. Now let's look at the fucking deep fat fried thing.
Is what I'm asking everybody. Like, Vosh guys, I know you're out there in the chat. Can you explain to me why Vosh's takes are indistinguishable from Rush Limbaugh's?
That's true. All right.
Assess this shit. Like, I can see the gears just a turning and falls.
Paul has no response.
Is
Paul
this
has
like
been
a
destroyed.
meme? Is he going to be like, just kidding, guys, in a second? Or is this his so his opinion is
Talk.
the only people that it's worth your time to politically advocate for are the Hillary Clinton liberals? Is that what
in terms of like trying to get good people elected or trying to stop bad people from getting elected? The only people that are really worth your time are liberals. You can move like the left, the young left vote, and I'm not saying leftists don't vote at all or don't participate.
Let me ask you a question. Rather than do what I normally do.
Yeah, unfortunately, obviously, it's a pretty strongly ingrained two-party system. There are some cases where independents can move some ground at local levels, but in terms of like, if you don't want the fascists to win, then yeah, obviously the Democrats are the are like the venue by which you would do that, you know.
What is the charitable interpretation of this take?
I honestly,
because you know what,
no
my instinct is to immediately go like, well, that vindicates me, because I'm on record 3 years ago saying I feel like Vosh is like pipelining radical leftists into liberalism, and I feel like he just kind of did that, right?
Paul, follow your instincts.
There is a difference between doing things that feel left-leaning and being effective as a left-leaning person. Going and joining up with your most radical local communist political advocacy group and doing a bunch of meetings where you talk about like solidarity and such, like that may feel really good, but there's no guarantee that doing that and committing yourself to that is going to lead to better outcomes for anyone. Sometimes the things that are the most effective don't really feel like they're very, you know, epic Twitter lefty woke or whatever. The Democrats are the most entrenched medium for any kind of left of center engagement in this country. That doesn't mean they're the only mechanism by which you can make change happen. It's just they're the largest one. And if nothing else, it can be useful to use them as a platform to build your own voice. Like what Bernie Sanders did. Bernie Sanders correctly identified the Democratic Party as a more effective vehicle for pushing his social democratic policies than continuing to run as an independent when he made a shot for the presidency. He didn't join up with the Dems to like become more liberal or as a form of compromise. He did it because it was a more effective way of fronting his policies. For the average person in my audience, I don't think you guys are going to run for president. I hope you do. Just don't run on any music taste because you clearly have no fucking idea what you're talking about there. But for the most part, I hope you do. And if ever you do, I don't want you to run as like the most left-leaning, super duper, you know, ultra communist party candidate. I want you to run as whatever candidate you think maximizes the likelihood of you affecting positive outcomes. Does that make sense?
On this one, just go ahead.
Pragmatically, Paul.
I think you just need
the most likely candidate to win.
Remember what your doctor ordered, Paul. Remember,
I like how to Paul's ego, pragmatic is like a smear word that can be used, applied in a nasally voice to delegitimize it, you know? What about being pragmatic? Oh, well, yeah, wait, what about that? Wait, is that not important? Like actually doing something?
what your doctor ordered.
Yeah.
I mean, look, I don't like being right about shit like this. I really don't, because I know there's a lot of young people that look up to this dude, but he is indistinguishable on a number of really important issues from Rush Limbaugh, dude.
Trump would be worse.
Wait, I just skipped like 10 minutes ahead in this video. Is this the theme of the entire video? He really liked that line. It's because people have called me Vosh Limbaugh, which is, to be fair, very funny, but I don't know if this is a sustainable argument outside of the bit.
This type of shit is so far outside of the socialist paradigm or the revolutionary paradigm.
I'm a
This
maverick.
is just straight up like, let's make the same mistakes our parents did. And I don't know how I could.
This is the last conversation that I had with Paul Zigo. I trashed him, and it seems like he's going to spend a lot of his life reliving it by going over stream clips. Most of these arguments, in fact, all of the ones that we've listened to here, are just identical to stuff I trashed him on live. So let me see if there's anything novel in here.
Right, but he's never like just explicitly been like.
This isn't a revelation to me at all.
The only thing politically worth your time is just cyclical voting for liberals. That's
what he advocated on this same show for hours.
Right,
I
but
mean,
he didn't say it explicitly. He tried to dress it up with all of this like fascism is around the corner, my dude.
to me, it's like splitting hairs because
This is another way that you can delegitimize people like this who say that like voting for Democrats because they're preferable to Republicans is anti-revolutionary or it's bad or whatever. They always delegitimize the threat of fascism every time. This is one of the ways you know that they're, unserious would be a word. Rather than having some kind of principled anarchist take on how electoral democracy corrupts revolutionary intent, the way, for example, Zoe Baker has in a conversation that I had with her. You know, she's anti-electoral, but in like an informed, intelligent, theory-based anarchist way. I don't agree with her on the subject, but I respect her opinion. I think it's interesting to listen to. I like, I guess, thinking about it. But in this case, it's just like, you know, I guess willful denial of reality, pretending the fascists aren't as much of a threat as so claimed. You all understand what I'm talking about, right? If only the Democrats are capable of winning against the Republicans, then yeah, you've got to vote for them. We can't have the Republicans win in their current state. Maybe in the future that dynamic will change, but for right now, yeah. If it feels like you're treading water, that's because you are. Treading water is better than being launched off a waterfall and dying. Yeah, sometimes through electoralism, the most you can hope for is to not die. That's how most of life has been for most of humanity, I think. A good day is one where you don't die. And people will look at that and they'll sneer and they'll go, shouldn't you hope for something better than just not dying? Yes, I do. But that doesn't take away the fact that not dying remains the highest priority, you know? Well, you have to secure that before you can start taking risks on, you know, moving forward, I feel. And you can move forward in other ways, too. Not everything is electoral.
It's not this is Bosch's position.
Paul's ego rhetoric is just accelerationism. No, accelerationism has to be at least a little bit coherent. This is just like doomer whining. It's not... Accelerationism is a more... It's not even stupid enough. Or sorry, it's not even... How do I put this? If something is so unprincipled that it fails to even meet the criteria for accelerationism, that is a pretty harsh indictment.
Since I've heard him, but I mean I'm not saying that's wrong. I'm just saying, like, to me, it's obvious.
So he's like baby's first leftist that they, I don't know, like, he's just out there like draping himself in the aesthetics of revolutionary leftism, but ultimately just funneling people into the Hillary Clinton.
That's true. The Hillary. I'm telling people to vote for Hillary Clinton. I like this accusation that I'm like covertly trying to shift people to being liberals or whatever. When A, I say and talk about socialist theory constantly, and B, the fact that I believe in voting for Democrats over Republicans is not exactly a big secret. It's not exactly a hidden element of my channel. You know. People like to do the baby's first leftism thing because they think grown-up leftism is when you say, fuck it, fuck the system, man, revolutionary action, by which Paul's ego means do nothing and collect, like Patreon paychecks in his basement, you know, like he's out there leading the fucking vanguard. People love to look like the most aesthetically leftist guy out there when they don't do shit. And that's so common all over the place. The people on Twitter who call you a rad lib for thinking that Biden winning is better than Trump winning, they don't do anything. They don't do anything. They don't. Not even like in the sense that they're ineffective. I mean, they're not even going to like Antifa like meetings or whatever. They're not doing anything, you know? They just want to feel like they're better than you. But they're not. And their attitude is childlike.
mire? Is that what's going on? Am I wrong? Like, I don't know. I'm willing to be challenged. I'm looking in the chat.
Is this the guy who threw a screaming tantrum when you called him childish? Yes.
Distinguish that he does. I mean, like, I don't think he dismisses it entirely, but for all intents and purposes, practically he does. He does say it's like, well, it's not going to happen. That's not where the power base of the party is. That's not who's going to win elections.
Did you see DM go on there? Paul has issues. I did not see DM go on there. I should watch that. Yeah, Paul does have issues. It's unfortunate because I think I enjoyed my first convo with him, but the dude's not well. He's very emotionally committed to this like pathetic projected image of being some kind of like more knowledgeable, I've suffered more than thou, hyper accelerationist doomer leftist, when this aesthetic that he's cultivated is functionally indistinguishable from being a lazy know-nothing, you know? It's like, it's a very easy image to cultivate, it turns out, to do nothing and complain about people doing stuff because, you know, they don't lack your self-pitying charm.
Even discussing that or trying to boost those people up is a waste of time because they're not going to win.
You know, action.
Don't agree with me on this topic. You're not a leftist. You're Rush Limbaugh. I pointed out several positions that Vosh has taken, and not like old. I don't want to be accused of like combing through old edgy Vosh stuff. This is like in the last couple of weeks. Vosh has come out as anti-drug, and you shouldn't never trust.
Man, Paul's ego really is like the spirit of chat, isn't he? You know. This is what you sound like to me, guys. When I say a lot of weed addicts are coping and you guys all fucking flip out at me, this is what I hear, okay? He's like the ghost of the worst people in chat.
Trust a drug abuser or user. He's done this now. Which, you know, like if you understand anything about American politics, you realize that liberals and neocons are really not that far apart on most issues.
That's true. The Republican Party is not neocon anymore, though. Notably, they haven't been for nearly a decade now. It's, you know, if you look at the news, they call neocons rhinos now. They hate them. Mike Pence was not even a neocon, and they talked about hanging him. It's all Bush war. Dude, it's always the Iraq war. The Iraq war broke the brain of a ton of people. When he thinks of the Democrat-Republican divide, he literally thinks that right now it's like a Gore-Bush difference. Though even back then, Gore would have been infinitely better than Bush. Like, literally, it's always that. That's the dynamic in his head. He's a ghost. DM debated them on was Bush or Trump worse. I guess it's a complicated subject because Bush did the whole war crimes thing. I guess it depends on like the first term of Trump did less damage than both terms of Bush. But if Trump's second term ends up destroying American democracy, it'll be like exponentially worse than Bush and even worse than Reagan probably. But Reagan also set in motion everything. It's kind of a complicated, like, you know, that's a tough one.
He's pro-war, super into the Houthi bombing shit going on. I know Rush would have been as well.
My position is like America has to pull out of the Middle East, even if it means Iran gets to like be a cultural hegemon. Let Iran be like the dominant Islam. Like I'm over here trying to fucking reconstruct the caliphate. And I get called pro-war. Like, Biden pulls out of Afghanistan, and I'm like, yep, absolutely, let's fucking go. Rebuild the in Allah's name, you know? But it doesn't matter what I do or say, does it? I am the strongest soldier of the Ayatollah. Thank you.
Like, I'm not conflating him with Rush Limbaugh baselessly. I'm pointing out some pretty big conservative positions that Vosh seems to parrot. So if you want to like defeat that argument, you're going to have to go back and say Rush Limbaugh never said that.
Yeah, the reason I'm supportive of America bombing the Houthis in Operation Prosperity Guardian is because too many of them are Sunni. I'm actually just a like a Shia Islamist supremacist. There's not enough We need a like true Shia dominance in Yemen, and we're gonna pound them into submission until they accept the correct branch of Islam.
Or Vosh means it
The
different.
Houthis are Shia. The Houthis actually are surprisingly pragmatist when it comes to their organizing. They've made an effort to do like this big tent thing where they've tried to be inclusive to like other branches. Well, not other branches, like, you know, Sunni or whatever. So yeah, they need to be more orthodox. Big tent.
Differently, and explain to me how.
How about this? Is there,
Shia doesn't
can
have
you
a
think
caliphate,
of
we're
a
making
living
one.
person modern monologue, not monologue, analog on the right that you could compare? Because I mean, I think with Rush, you're always going to get, well, Rush is dead. Who knows what the fuck
Okay,
Rush
well,
was
yeah,
about.
I say Rush because he was the big, but like, yeah, like Tucker.
Okay, Tucker.
Tucker would be anti-weed. Tucker would be pro Houthi bombing. Tucker's a traditional neocon.
Whoa, dude, he doesn't know anything. Tucker Carlson's a neocon? Tucker Carlson is pro-bombing the Houthis? He might be. He could take either side of that. It depends on which Hitler in his heart wins. He genuinely does. Dude, he's actually locked in fucking September 11th, 2021. That's the last time he had a neuron fire. He's lit, like the plasticity within his brain has solidified. Like there's no new activity going on. Did I say 2021? 2001. 2021 was more recent. It's more in the forefront of my mind. He's Tucker Carlson is a neocon. Fuck, that's so indicative of how little he knows. He's like, oh yeah, who else is like Rush Limbaugh? Tucker Carlson. What?
Mouthpiece. And I don't know, like, how you reconcile hearing a point come out of your radical leftist streamer that could have came out of the mouth of Tucker Carlson on a normal night, on a Wednesday night on his show.
That's true. He got canceled from Fox, by the way. I don't know if he knows that. I don't know if he knows that Tucker Carlson doesn't have the Fox show anymore.
I mean, I guess you could say, we're being charitable, Paul, you probably had some takes that agree with Tucker Carlson. There's probably takes you have that if we played it, I mean, you'd probably, like, you know, let's say if Tucker said he was pro-union. I mean, I can't imagine you saying, well, Tucker's wrong.
Satan down here being very charitable.
But if Tucker espoused the same, I mean, so if we're trying to be charitable to Vosh, we could say maybe if we took one of your takes in that, you know, at least with some reasonable amount of context, you agree with Tucker. There's probably some issues you guys agree on. I guess you could say that.
I mean, like, I'd be hard pressed to think of a social issue or a political issue that Tucker and I in total lock, like a contentious issue.
Ending support for Ukraine.
Like drug
contentious
use is
one,
usually,
I don't know.
Drug use is usually pretty contentious, and it's pretty right wing to demonize drug use and drug users and to fearmonger about drug use.
I mean, we see that with Fox News coverage.
I don't do that. Actually, Tucker Carlson might do like some pro drug adjacent stuff sometime. I think I remember Tucker Carlson at points being like inconsistent on the drug thing, because there's an inconsistency between like the fascist desire to purge degeneracy and this like you know, faux populist kind of thing. I don't really know. I think he's anti-weed, but I think he's like waffled a bit in the past. It's not like he has to be consistent.
You know, San Francisco and other cities on the West Coast, like,
And
oh,
to
they're just homeless.
To treat
camps.
all drug indulgers as a monolith, you know,
Oh,
is
that
pretty
really got
right
him,
wing,
dude.
and that's exactly what Bosch.
Okay, moving on a little bit.
On which there are fulcrum issues in the United States. Most of them orient around like progressive issues or basic economic liberal, like, you know, welfare shit. And liberals tend to be on the same side as the left on that. The only difference is that the left is less effective. Like, what answers are you going to get out of a
Liberals? Wait a minute. When's the last time a liberal seriously addressed an economic issue in this country? I'll wait.
I mean, even like with the Biden administration, all of the pro-union stuff, the child care tax, like cutting child poverty in half for a time. Like, obviously, if you had to choose between Republicans and Democrats on economic issues, it's obvious the Democrats are better on them as a leftist, like from a left-leaning perspective. This is not me saying the liberals do enough. It's me saying that if you want to move the country in a positive direction and you have two main like currents that you can follow, leftists will obviously side with Democrats, or at least they should. Like, yeah. All the pro-union stuff, for sure, though. Would the infrastructure bill count? Yeah, absolutely.
Where's this idea that liberals and leftists are close together on economic issues? Can I get an example of that, please?
It's not really that they're close together. It's just a matter of, like, realistically, with what actually can be done in this country, you know, as much fun as it would be to snap your fingers and make society better, like, instantly. In terms of which direction you want to move in, that would be like the preferable one, obviously.
Would it be like when Glass-Steagall was
I think I wasn't kidding about the brain activity ending in 2001. You're seriously going to use a 25-year-old. Well, first of all, this doesn't even disprove the point, even if we were all the way back in 1999, because Democrats and Republicans being bipartisanly stupid doesn't change the the point of the argument. But this actually is where his brain stopped. It was 9/11. 9/11 was the greatest day of Paul Zigo's life, because that was the day he knew he didn't have to grow anymore.
Completely and utterly eradicated under a Democrat presidency? Would that be an example 25. Of the liberals being...
Look, even in the cited image, there's yellowing at the edge of the newspaper, like almost like the editing itself is indicating that we are dredging through the annals of history in order to pull up this specific argument. You know, we had to go into... Yeah, we're actually looking at what his brain looks like on the inside. These are edits from Thermia, and Thermia was cooking.
Better to go to on, like,
what is this donation comment from Lady Sloth with the fucking fuck, the musician girls in high school, fucking Kaon avatar in their YouTube thing. At the end of his response to TJ, Vosh basically implied trans people who cope using weed deserve to feel dysphoric. Fucking what? What's the point of me saying anything if you guys are just going to invent a new separate set of things to believe that I said? What the fuck? Dude. It's always the Kaon avatars. It's always the Kaon avatars. Why even stream? People will simply construct my beliefs from whole cloth, you know? Jesus Christ.
When is this? When I brought up economics during our argument, this dude poo-pooed my whole economic argument.
Yeah, maybe that person needs to smoke less weed and they can stop hallucinating the shit that I say.
Argument as if it doesn't matter. The only thing that mattered to this dude was fascism is coming, my guy.
Vosh just keep bringing up points like fascism's bad. That's your average Vosh stream. Fascism is bad. Mass murder is bad. Fascists shouldn't win. You know, that loser, that fucking dork. You know, can you believe this guy? What was that, Caleb Maupin? No, Caleb Maupin doesn't believe the things that I just said. The nasally voice. Well, it's like the nerd emoji shit. Yeah. Actually, fascism is bad. Mass murder of people is bad. Oh, well, fucking dork. You know.
A bunch of fear mongering and a bullshit.
Dude, this is what I mean about unseriousness. He downplays it. It's one thing to have a principled anti-electoral stance. He just lies. He thinks Tucker Carlson and the Republicans today are neocons. He doesn't know anything. He just hears, like, I don't know, echoes of his liberal parents or something. This is all like, you know, I'm mad at my parents' behavior. He doesn't see... Functionally, this is pro-fascist behavior. You know, this is this level of downplaying the threat of fascism goes beyond merely just being a fucking moron, which Paul's ego is, to be fair, and extends further into the realm of fascism apologia. There's a limit to how delusional you can be. I thought you were calling him a child just as an insult, but genuinely the dude seems to have an immature brain. How old was he on 9/11 when he stopped growing? Maybe he was like a juvenile back then, and his brain, like, that was like a juvenile brain that it got locked into? Like 65? Okay, he got locked in at the juvenile age of 65 years old at 9/11. I don't fucking know.
Shit, like, I think there's a 30% chance there'll never be another election again based on what? I don't know.
I literally listed the things that was based on in our conversation. Why is he like this? Project 2025 isn't a conspiracy theory. The Republicans have literally put out a document on how they want to end democracy. They did an election, like an insurrection attempt last election. There are plenty of like local state GOP groups that contest the election to this day and effectively think that like the current Biden presidency is illegitimate. They've drafted and enacted plans to like fuck around with the electoral system or do like local state like a redistricting or changes to how state electors are distributed to effectively like smear any future results in a presidential election. Like Donald Trump literally joked about being a dictator when he gets into office. Joked, right? Like I don't know. Yeah, this is very straightforward. Yeah. This is fascism apologia. And by the way, for those of you who don't, like, just so you know, I'm comfortable with you guys calling him a de facto fascist. Like, past a point, you're basically just doing Jimmy Dore shit, right? Where, you know, for one reason or another, whether it be grifting or mental damage or whatever, like, your insistence on downplaying the threat of fascism goes beyond just ignorance and into, like, a broader motivation. Trump said he wanted to void the Constitution. He literally said that. A presidential candidate said he wanted to ignore the Constitution. Like, what would he have to say? Because he said, I'm going to be a dictator when I get into office. And that apparently isn't enough to like trigger any alarm bells. Like what, like literally, like what can he say if an explicit acknowledgement of his intentions in clear language isn't enough? I don't know what you'd have to, yeah.
Could happen. I mean, do
once the DSA wants a socialist organization in America to die.
I mean, look, in Bosch's defense, I mean, Trump could herald fascism. That is a possibility.
Yeah, a giant ass could descend from the boundless reaches of space.
Very serious political commentary here. I know that like Deep Fat Fried has a large progressive audience. Does this not raise red flags in your head a little bit? Does anyone else not think that Paul's ego sounds exactly like all of the liberals who downplayed the threat of Trump to begin with? Like a lot of them downplayed Trump back in 2016 and Bush back in 2000, where it was like, oh, it's not going to be that bad, you know? Like, if anything, he sounds like the liberal here. I'm remembering, yeah, what if the moon fell into the Great Lakes? Yeah, the Jimmy Dore thing, where Jimmy Dore, back before Trump got elected the first time, Jimmy Dore was talking with Sam Cedar, and Sam Cedar was like, if Donald Trump wins over Hillary Clinton, he could elect 2, maybe even 3 Supreme Court judges, and they could get rid of Roe v. Wade. And Jimmy Dore was like, and what if the moon falls into the Great Lakes? And then Donald Trump won, and that exact thing happened. And now we don't have Roe v. Wade. It's gone. Don't liberals downplay fascism? Yes, this is the liberal behavior. It is. Liberals are the ones who treat all of this like a deviation from civility and how like, bipartisanship, blah, blah, blah. Like he is adopting liberal characteristics here. It is generally the purview of the leftists to be relatively alarmist about stuff like this, you know? What does Roe versus Wade mean? Oh, those do kind of sound like swimming terms, don't they? Roe v. Wade was a landmark Supreme Court decision that protected the right for people to get an abortion as a matter of privacy between a patient and their doctor. It was revoked recently by the Supreme Court. It's something that Republicans have wanted to do away with for a long time. Here's the Jimmy Dore clip at 7 years old. 7 years.
And you're voting out of fear again. out of fear. Oh, because there might be 2 Supreme Court judges. What if there's 3? What if the moon falls into Lake Michigan? What are we going to do then?
Now, Jimmy, let's talk about risk assessment. Do you think there's a difference in the probability that 2 80-year-olds with multiple cases of cancer are going to serve out their term versus the moon falling into Lake Michigan?
3. He got 3 appointments.
I just disagree with your forecasting, Sam. I don't agree with it. I think it's a bigger risk.
Do you want to look at actuarial tables for the life expectancy of an 80-year-old man who's had multiple cancers?
Sam, I can right now get you a great deal on term life insurance, and you know that's the best insurance there is.
I have.
And this was 7 years ago. And now Jimmy Dore is like an insane grifting Republican who will defend any fascist talking point that gets him money. And I guess so is Paul's ego. He's just worse at it. If Paul's ego was maybe a little bit more studious, professional, smarter, maybe he'd be able to make more money like Jimmy Dore off of this disingenuous horse shit. But like, he's doing the same thing, you know? It's ridiculous. In fairness, I think there's an element of grifting to the stupid shit that Paul's ego says, but I think it's mostly ego, fitting for his name. I don't think Paul's ego is capable of admitting that he's wrong on this, because if he admits that he's wrong on this, his identity is instantly in the garbage bin. His whole identity is being a grouchy bitch about stuff like this. If he got rid of that, what would he have left, you know? Here, let's finish up this video.
That is
crush the world that is sweaty butt cheeks.
That is a fantastical scenario, Paul.
Could happen, Scotty.
It is possible, but far more likely.
Scotty's been pretty reasonable in this, by the way. Scotty's the person down here in the bottom left. So that's cool. I appreciate that.
ESA is a fan of me is a question like that they ask you when you're entering. Like, do you know how weird that
I'm
feels?
thinking
like,
of the people that watch you, where it's like, do you endorse this? That's my so people joining an organization is contingent upon what a streamer thinks about it. I mean, that person has seriously has their priorities in order.
When you're proffering shit like the only serious people to go to, like when you're selling young leftists, the only place you can go to is Hillary Clinton for your political ad.
He still thinks Hillary Clinton. Genuinely, it's like it's it's genuinely like fighting a ghost or something. Like you're going through a haunted mansion and a ghost yells at you and you're like, what the fuck? What's your deal, dude? And the ghost is mad about some like 19th century shit or something. You know what I mean? This is he's gonna have dementia when he's older if he doesn't already. Isn't this like a thing? Like thinking people haven't died when they've died, or like living in the past because your memories from the recent past have been deteriorated or something? Like, I don't know. What the fuck? It's just like, why say Hillary Clinton instead of Biden? Like, that's the current head of the Democratic Party. It's weird. I don't know. It's very strange. It's the Mandela effect. He's from a different universe, clearly.
Advocacy. Maybe they're right to ask whether or not they're a Vashai before they let them in the door.
True, they're insufferable.
Politically ineffective. Very unfortunate. Crazy how effective leftists are in like every other country. Like the United States had to go to multiple wars to try to stop the spread.
Oh my God! But you will fight to the death anybody that wants to stop the cycle of failure of electing shitty leftists in this country.
He doesn't have an opinion outside of he shouldn't vote. I wonder do you think if I had like a hard principled stance on wiping your ass after you shit, that I would get the same kind of like, you know, he just wants to perpetuate the cycle of shitting and wiping. You know, he claims to want better things, but that's the oh my God. All right, is there like another point?
The system changes you. That's just how it works.
Well, you don't change the system from within, you change it from without. It's pressures from out.
You do both. Actually, you need both in almost every case if you want to change a system. Unless you're talking full on like revolutionary violence, and even then it helps to have people on the inside.
Side of the system that are grassroots that come from the people that live under that system that change systems.
Well, even if you argue that would be effective, I mean, liberals are still going to make up some percentage of the population, even if there's other messaging, like you said, Paul, like even if it's 10% or 20% of people. I mean, so like there's still, I mean, within a coalition of government, which is, I mean, every political party is going to have different groups. I mean, you're still going to have to work with those people in some capacity, unless you completely replace them.
That is true. There are over 100 million liberals in this country. If you want to make any kind of big systemic change, you have to do so in a way that includes the perspective of those people. You can shift how they believe. The most effective way of shifting how they believe, in my experience, has been to do what Bernie Sanders did. Bernie Sanders, you can take a look at polling on basically any economic issue within Democrats, and the presence of Bernie Sanders from 2015 onward has had this massive effect on what the average Democrat believes, you know? And he did that from within the system, of course, because he wouldn't have had as much of a soapbox from without it.
Yeah, God willing, we drag them along against their will to a better life.
Just drag like 100 million. Yeah, okay, of course. A very sensible plan for comprehensive reform is, you know, whatever. Let's ignore the perspectives of the nation's majority. That's an effective way of doing. Like even like leftist radicals didn't do this, right? Lenin, Mao, they both made an effort to make allies of, like, the peasantry, you know, countryside fighting, muster an army. Imagine how effective Mao or Lenin would have been if they were like, yeah, we're gonna like just work with other people who already agree with us. What? Why? What? Who does that?
Now, you know, Paul, I think you're still going to have to reckon with them no matter what.
They've been dragging my ass around my entire life. It's time for them to get dragged in another direction.
I don't think they want to get dragged.
Bitter. And so bitter, dude. So bitter. If they've been voting for Hillary Clinton, then now it's time for me to do whatever.
Dragged by you.
I don't want to get dragged by them, so we're at
they're still dragging you. They could be dragging you all up and down the road, Paul.
They're dragging me because I have an albatross around my neck named Vosh and his ilk, who are steering leftist energy away from protest,
they feel differently
away from
than
direct action and organizations that facilitate it, and into cyclical voting for
Vosh has said here he favors viable action, Paul. He says he favors viable action, and your action is not viable, Paul.
Enough to like go to the communist club are the people who want a book group, reading circle.
Yeah, you're poo-pooing exactly your prescription that you gave to us. You told us that the real work of leftism happens outside of the internet and outside of the electoral argument, happens in the streets, happens when people get together, and now here you are making fun of it and calling it the communist club. What do you do?
I don't know what argument he's making exactly. There's plenty of non-electoral political engagement you can do. I don't think the best kind of engagement is joining things called the Communist Club. That's probably, as a general rule, and I am generalizing, if there's an institution called the Communist Club, I wonder how much work they get done. You know? Just a little bit. It's a feeling I have, perhaps.
We go there, play Magic the Gathering with a bunch of other pimply, time-wasted nerds at the Commie Club. Like, you're here trying to, like, convince your young audience to not do shit between elections.
Why are you there?
Effective things between elections.
Honestly, I'd be fine. I would be totally fine with this being the last time we cover Vish ever.
Oh, shit.
I'd be totally fine with it.
That'll be difficult for him
How do
after
you feel
this
about
gets
that,
out.
TJ?
Well, let's take a look at this little.
I mean, I don't know, Paul. That's pretty crazy to say.
It's a little bit of a different topic. This is about
I know this clip.
The Houthis. And
damn, dude, really? I thought we were done with this boss shit. She just like, I want to get blood from a stone on Paul.
Yeah, check this out. So
I have plenty of blood left. I'm full of blood.
It's a very short clip, so we'll just play it in its entirety.
All right.
Gave me the impression that they were just sort of being opportunists. But even then, even if I knew like, divinely somehow, that the Houthis would stop if we did the ceasefire and it would work, I would still advocate for bombing them, I think.
Wait a minute. So you, And this example,
and the clip right there. There's no way. There's remember only the most credible and authentic takes. The clips of them, they end immediately after the sentence ends. You know, there's no possibility that another sentence might follow that one. That is, I don't know. Yeah, I feel like it's probably pretty bad to attack civilian vessels, and they probably shouldn't do that. Obviously. Yeah, I don't know. Seems pretty straightforward. If a person is like running around downtown like fucking 2 Glocks shooting people, and they're like, I will stop shooting people with my double Glocks if the war on Gaza stops, even if we knew for a fact that they're being honest, I feel like you should still probably arrest that guy, in my opinion. You know? Like, you shouldn't go, oh, well, you know, the double Glock guy will stop if we just end the war in Gaza. Yeah. The last section of this video is called the Vosh Free Zone. Is it over?
TJ's little subreddit lackey. Here's a directive from the top.
subreddit lackey. Listen well.
You see a Vosh simp that's just over there rolling around going, Paul Salty. Banned.
As you wish, Paul Zigo.
Gone.
Oh, we have some high effort compositing.
I
here.
will pick you out of my pubes like crabs, like a bad pace.
All right, never mind. It's fine. All right, well, good engagement. We learned a lot of interesting stuff. If the result is the end of the genocide, isn't that worth the outcome? Even if it was, you'd still arrest them. But even then, you really think that whatever has gotten America to support Israel is going to stop because of the double Glock man? The double Glock man simply isn't that powerful. Why do they care about your take so much? Well, Paul's ego is mad because I trashed him in 2 convos. Yeah, it's... yeah, I don't know. I hope that the like young progressives who watch him understand what poison he offers them. Even if you disagree with a lot of what I said, Paul's ego is poison. His perspective is a rot of the heart and mind. It's not just a matter of disagreeing about pragmatism or institutional complacency. Like, he is miserable and he projects it outward, and his ideology is one of misery and failure. And his goal is to make you like him, because if people are better than him, which most of you are, it invalidates his ideology. The existence of people that are better than him is an insult to him, because it's an indication that he's choosing to be something worse. So he wants to drag everyone else down. Wretched behavior. Probably all that weed. All that weed and all that music, you know? Nothing good can come from that kind of degeneracy. Rots the mind. Reefer madness. The devil's lettuce. All right. Well, that was an energetic opening. Slaps Hungry Bears. I really like the Citizen Sleeper OST. It's a big dub. My favorite game OST right now, and has been for years, is probably the Fury soundtrack. Celeste soundtrack is also really, really good. There are so many good OSTs out there. I tend to like game and anime soundtracks, mostly game soundtracks, because they tend not to be lyrical, and I usually listen to music when I'm exercising or like doing emails, and lyrical stuff just kind of distracts me during that, mostly during emails. You know, I don't want to listen to music that has lyrics in it while I'm doing emails. Yeah, it wouldn't be. I like it again. I like it a lot. Do you like 100 Gex? Please say no. I've heard only like one song of theirs, and I don't know. I mean, it's pretty like zany, but I guess it's kind of cool. All you've been talking about is Bloodborne, Cthulhuosis. What has motivated you to be like this? Oh, you said stuff that isn't just Bloodborne. It's just something you care about a lot, as evidenced by your name. Bloodborne has a good soundtrack, but most of the From Software games have a soundtrack that's a little bit too understated for me to listen to on its own. Like, I really like listening to it, but a lot of it is like haunting, echoing, you know, orchestral music, and that stuff is a little bit more atmospheric. It's not as like upbeat, pop, high energy, drum and bass stuff that I tend to like. Do you have sex with music on? No. I mean, I guess I would. I'm not opposed to it, but I'd prefer not to, I think. I don't know. I guess I'd rather listen to them. Listen, okay? The music to my ears is listening to your mom scream, okay? That's that's all I need. Sorry. It's for when your bones start getting loud. Thankfully, my bones are still quiet. Okay, hold on. Like you, hip, youthful individual, I, as a youth myself, not even 30, for like another whole week. I love to follow what's trending on Twitter. What's trending on Twitter right now? 500,000 likes. Well, Tucker Carlson. Why I'm interviewing Vladimir Putin. That's right. Just a year ago, this guy was the most watched television political pundit, and now here he is going to have an interview with essentially a foreign adversary. We love our free speech here, don't we, folks? Good thing it's not Russia. I don't think you know, a journalist from the Kremlin could get a fawning interview of President Biden if they wanted. What's going on here?
We're in Moscow tonight. We're here to interview the president of Russia, Vladimir Putin. We'll be doing that soon. There are risks to conducting an interview like this, obviously, so we've thought about it carefully over many months. Here's why we're doing it. First, because it's our job. We're in journalism. Our duty is to inform people.
Man, instantly I'm reminded how infuriatingly boring I find Tucker Carlson, that everything he says is framed through whingy rhetorical questions and disingenuous appeals to your like intuition, you know? Every single time. He can never just say anything. It's always like, why doesn't the media want you to hear what what President Putin has to say about homosexuals, you know?
2 years into a war that's reshaping the entire world, most Americans...
I do want to hear what Biden has to say about homosexuals, by the way. I'm sure he'd say some really funny shit.
Americans are not informed. They have no real idea what's happening in this region, here in Russia or 600 miles away in Ukraine. But they should know. They're paying for much of it in ways they might not fully yet perceive. The war in Ukraine is a human disaster.
How do you respond to people saying it's hypocritical that people are calling Tucker a traitor when other journalists have interviewed him or whatever? First of all, I don't think other journalists have interviewed him. We'll talk about that. And second of all, I don't have an issue with, again, literally freedom of speech. You know, if you want to do some like Vox, like I'm interviewing African warlord tier shit, whatever, man. The problem is that Tucker Carlson is going to unhinge his jaw and suck Putin's dick. Tucker Carlson agrees with Putin on basically everything because they're both fascists. They both believe that like Western degeneracy through homosexuality and transgenderism is ruining, you know, the world broadly. They both believe that, you know, Ukraine is either degenerate and Western or full of Nazis, whatever is more convenient. They don't disagree on anything. It's possible that Tucker Carlson might offer some meager pushback on some issues, like, but they would probably only be, first of all, keep in mind, okay, interviewing Vladimir Putin isn't exactly safe, right? It's not a free society he's flown into. So any interview of Vladimir Putin is going to have to be at least somewhat adoring. And I can prove it because in this video, Tucker Carlson claims incorrectly that no other journalist has made an effort to hear Vladimir Putin's opinions because, you know, we're so afraid of them. The mainstream media is terrified of them or whatever. And the Kremlin fact-checked him. As Russian state television propaganda salivated over Tucker Carlson's interview with Vladimir Putin, the first of Carlson's falsehoods about his visit to Moscow was punctured, fittingly enough, by Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov, who presumably helped arrange the whole strange venture. Carlson, the conservative former Fox News host with a history of airing bogus news, is this an opinion piece? Nope, all facts. Claimed, falsely, that prominent U.S. newspapers and television outlets had refused to interview Putin since his invasion of Ukraine and were ignoring Russia's perspective. Carlson labeled Western media as corrupt, spoilers, and accused them of lies on Tuesday in a video confirming he was in Moscow for a Q&A with the president. Mr. Carlson is wrong, Peskov said during his daily briefing for reporters. We receive many requests for interviews with the president. Peskov conceded that the Kremlin routinely blocked media interview requests from large Western outlets because he said it gave Carlson the nod because his position is different from the major Anglo-Saxon media. Anglo-Saxon is a common blanket jab at the West, even when mostly Americans are involved. Carlson's assertion was astonishing given that 2 journalists who are U.S. citizens are now jailed in Russia. Even Gershkovich of the Wall Street Journal, who was accused of espionage and seized by Federal Security Service agents last year during a reporting trip to Yekaterinburg, and Alsu Karmasheva of Radio Free Europe / Radio Liberty, who has dual U.S. and Russian citizenship and who was arrested in October while visiting Russia from Prague, where she had been living. So, Carlson was sacked by Fox News this past April. The Kremlin's decision to allow the interview demonstrated Putin's interest, Prague, in building bridges to the disruptive MAGA element of the Republican Party, and it seemed to reflect the Kremlin's hope that Donald Trump would return to the presidency and that Republicans would continue to block U.S. military aid to Ukraine. Let me see. Peskov said the Kremlin prefers Carlson to major Western media, which Peskov accused of bias, adding there was, quote, no benefit to the Kremlin in giving interviews to established Western news outlets. These are all media outlets that take one-sided stance, he added. Of course, we have no desire to communicate with such media, and there is no benefit in giving them interviews. That's right. From the Kremlin itself, they've been blocking interviews with Western journalists. The only reason they're taking Tucker Carlson is because he's already on their side. That's it. Of all the journalists from America who have tried to interview Putin since the beginning of the war in Ukraine, they are admitting Tucker Carlson because they know Tucker Carlson is going to unhinge his jaw and suck that fascist cock. That's it. The Russian government desperately wants Donald Trump to win in 2024 because Donald Trump and his administration are broadly pro-Putin in the same way they were broadly pro-Bolsonaro and broadly, pro-Orban. Fascists like other fascists, at least until they run out of liberals to devour and start trying to go after each other. That's it. So while you're watching this video on Tucker Carlson being like the brave dissident journalist who's willing to go where no one else is, keep in mind that A, plenty of others were willing to, and B, they weren't allowed to because they weren't going to kiss enough ass.
It's left hundreds of thousands of people dead, an entire generation of young Ukrainians, and it's depopulated the largest country in Europe. But the long-term effects are even more profound. This war has utterly reshaped the global military.
Who left them dead? Well, no one knows who started the Russia-Ukraine war. I've watched a lot of Tucker Carlson. I'm fairly confident that NATO did it by not admitting Ukraine into NATO. Wait, no. Okay. McCain, a decade ago, did a speech where he said he supported protesters and something, Ukraine made Russian troops appear in the Donbass or something. Yeah.
And trade alliances.
I think it was wokeism.
And the sanctions that followed have as well. And in total, they have upended the world economy. The post-World War II economic order, the system that guaranteed prosperity in the West for more than 80 years, is coming apart very fast, and along with it, the dominance of the US dollar.
This is fear-mongering. While there are absolutely global economic concerns, the US dollar still reigns supreme. Wow, this is just Russian propaganda. Yes, this is Russian propaganda. This is the kind of stuff that you'd hear from the Kremlin. It is absolutely true that there are global economic troubles, but that's not the Western economic system. That's the global economic system. There's no such thing as a Western economic system. You know, it's not the Cold War anymore. The West doesn't have its own separate global economy. There's one global economy. We live on one globe. Economic problems are felt world round. If you want any evidence of that, take a look at how the 2008 financial crash fucked over the entire planet, despite it being specifically about subprime mortgage loan betting done in the United States. Wacky stuff, right? So, yeah, there are global economic problems, not Western economic problems. Additionally, the US dollar is still dominant, uncontested. There's nothing else that even comes close to replace. Is he going to do some like pro-BRICS nonsense? Like BRICS is just about to overtake the West when it hasn't done shit?
These are not small changes. They are history-altering developments. They will define the lives of our grandchildren. Most of the world understands this perfectly well. They can see it. Ask anyone in Asia.
He loves talking like this too, like saying nothing. Nothing. He's saying nothing here. These aren't little changes. These are big changes. Everyone can see it. Your grandchildren will see it. Ask anyone who can see it. Look at a person and ask them, can you see it? They'll answer, they can see it. Like, so much of his rambling is formed this way. It's not just him being incoherent. His scripts were, after all, written by a neo-Nazi. Remember? His chief writer for like 5 years was outed as like posting Nazi shit in a forum. This is all written beforehand, even though I don't think it's the same guy doing the work now. He found another Nazi, probably. The reason he speaks this way is because it appeals to stupid people. That's it. That's not like some snooty Hillary Clinton basket of deplorables like liberal nonsense. This kind of rhetorical ask and answer, this performative nonsense, makes people feel like they're smart and participating in the same way that Dora the Explorer callouts engages the minds of 4-year-olds. When Dora the Explorer says, "Where's Swiper?" and the kid points at the screen and goes, "There's Swiper," and then she goes, "There he is." That is what he's doing. It sounds like a joke, but that is genuinely the rhetorical tactic. These rhetorical appeals are meant to make the person watching feel involved. They're being talked to like a toddler.
The Middle East, what the future looks like. And yet the populations of the English-speaking countries seem mostly unaware. They think that as nothing has really changed.
Yeah, that's definitely descriptive of English-speaking countries. They think nothing. What? What does this even mean? Based on what?
And they think that because no one has told them the truth. Their media outlets are corrupt.
True.
They lie to their readers and viewers.
Yep, people do that sometimes. News broadcasters, even ones that have been fired from Fox News, you know?
And they do that mostly by omission. For example, since the day the war in Ukraine began, American media outlets have spoken to scores of people from Ukraine, and they have done scores of interviews with Ukrainian President Zelensky. We ourselves have put in a request for an interview with Zelensky, and we hope he accepts. But the interviews he's already done in the United States are not traditional interviews. They are fawning pep sessions specifically designed to amplify Zelensky's demand that the U.S. enter more deeply into a war in Eastern Europe and pay for it.
As opposed to what Tucker Carlson is about to do, you know, fawn over Vladimir Putin in an effort to dissuade local lawmakers from voting for any more aid to Ukraine.
That is not journalism. It is government.
Remember that time Tucker Carlson compared Zelensky to a rat? Yeah, he was like angrily spitting that too, talking about how he was a rat. I remember that. Yep, I do remember that.
Propaganda of the ugliest kind, the kind that kills people. At the same time, our politicians and media outlets have been doing this, promoting a foreign leader like he's a new consumer brand. Not a single Western journalist has bothered to interview the president of the other country involved in this conflict.
And as the Kremlin corrected him, this is a lie. Tucker Carlson wants to be seen as some kind of like radical dissident, but the Kremlin doesn't want to, I don't know why the Kremlin admitted it. Maybe because it's so easy to fact check. It's pretty funny, though, that the Kremlin immediate was just like, yeah, no, he's lying here. We've gotten tons of requests for interviews.
Vladimir Putin. Most Americans have no idea why Putin invaded Ukraine or what his goals are now. They've never
Yeah, it's because of wokeness or something.
heard his voice.
They've never heard his voice? Yeah, they're American voters. They're pretty dumb.
Wrong. Americans have a right to know all they can about a war they're implicated in. And we have the right to tell them about it because we are Americans too. Freedom of speech is our birthright. We were born with the right to say what we believe. That right cannot be taken away no matter who is in the White House.
Unless you move to Russia, as some Republicans have advocated we do.
But they're trying anyway. Almost 3 years ago, the Biden administration illegally spied on our text messages and then leaked the contents to their servants in the news media. They did this in order to stop a Putin interview that we were planning.
I don't know any of the details about this, but it's Tucker Carlson, so it's safe to assume that he's lying. I'm not going to investigate the specifics of he's already been fact-checked once by the fucking Kremlin. There's no reason for me to go into it.
Last month, we're pretty certain they did exactly the same thing once again. But this time, we came to Moscow anyway. We are not...
What exactly could the Biden administration do to stop them from interviewing Putin? Exactly? What does the Biden administration have the power to do to prevent... He can fly to Russia? Is he implying the Biden administration, like, threatened Putin? Or did he get threatened? If he had evidence of him being threatened... He says they leaked his private messages to get him fired, I think. Is he blaming Biden for that? I don't know.
We're here because we love Vladimir Putin. We are here because we love the United States. We want it to remain prosperous and free. We paid for this trip ourselves. We took no money from any government or group. Nor are we charging people to see the interview. It is not behind a paywall. Anyone can watch the entire thing, shot live to tape and unedited, on our website, tuckercarlson.com.
Nice.
Elon Musk, to his great credit, has promised not to suppress or block this interview once we post it on his platform.
Awesome.
X, and we're grateful for that.
Really? He did that?
Western governments, by contrast, will certainly do their best to censor this video on other less principled platforms because that's what they do. They are afraid of information they can't control. But you have no reason to be afraid of it. We are not encouraging you to agree with what Putin may say in this interview, but we are urging you to watch it. You should know as much as you can. And then, like a free citizen and not a slave, you can decide for yourself.
Did you?
Thanks.
Nice. I tried to pause it before it replayed, but I was just a little bit too slow. Yeah, I don't know what else to say, really. Is this a neo? Yeah, this is a neocon, according to Paul's ego. No, we shouldn't fuss. The EU wants to sanction Tucker. I mean, they sanctioned RT, right? So I guess, it's kind of fitting. If they did, it wouldn't be that surprising. I don't have anything against interviewing foreign politicians, but the idea of, there is a literal land war going on in Europe, and the idea of, a journalist going over there to suck Putin's dick, I can see them being a little bit angry about that. Whoa! Why so loud? So will we watch it when it's out? Well, yeah, probably, right? Yeah, music jump scare. Jesus Christ. Remember when Foreign Minister Lavrov was publicly upset by Tucker Carlson getting fired?
Perhaps it would be useful to consider how things are with freedom of speech in the United States. I've heard that Tucker Carlson has left Fox News. It's curious news. What is this related to? One can only guess. But clearly, the wealth of views in the American information space has suffered as a result.
Is Carlson a Russian asset? Well, Carlson and Donald Trump's administration and a bunch of others are objectively Russian assets in the sense that they are advantageous to Russia, like their presence benefits Russia. Their assets, as in they are tools that Russia has. But whether or not like Russia controls them, I don't really think so, to be honest. They get kickbacks, and there are definitely connections, like financial and social. But it's kind of like Orban. For the most part, I just think fascists want to advance fascism, you know? It is to the benefit of fascists globally that they push back against liberal democracy globally. That's it. It's mutually beneficial. Is that a useful idiot? No, Tucker Carlson knows what he's doing. I'm sure, Black and the Borg. Is Tucker going to ask Putin if he watches One Piece? Yo! Yeah, exactly. The sanction thing is from one person in parliament calling for a travel ban. Okay, so not like a real discussion then, I see. Fantastic. Well, let me piss real quick. After that, we still got lots to cover. Oy, oy. Hello. Washed my hands and everything, chat. You would have been so proud of me watching. Fix your YouTube plaque. Yeah, the fucking cats knocked it. You know? I'll fix it. Oh yeah, did you guys see this? What a thing to wake up to. So much for British civility. Rishi Sunak makes trans jibe in front of Brianna Jay's mother. The killers of Brianna Jay got sentenced recently to, I don't know, 5 million years or whatever. I haven't seen the video.
Speaker, it's a bit rich, Mr. Speaker, to hear about promises from someone who's broken every single promise he was elected on. I mean, I think I counted almost 30 in the last year. Pensions, planning, peerages, public sector pay, tuition fees, childcare, second referendums, defining a woman. Although in fairness, that was only 99% of a U-turn. The list goes on, but the theme is the same, Mr. Speaker. It's empty words, broken promises, and absolutely no plan.
Of all the weeks to say that, when Brianna's mother is in this chamber, shame, parading as a man of integrity when he's got absolutely no responsibility.
I can't believe Keir Starmer is an ally now. Perhaps even the best progressive advocate for trans rights that has ever been.
Absolute. Of all.
Also, to Brianna Gray's mum, who is here, as I've said earlier this week, what happened was an unspeakable...
Brianna Gray?
Also, to Brianna Gray's mum, who is here...
Ah, man, he doesn't give a shit.
As I've said earlier this week, what happened was an unspeakable and shocking tragedy, Mr. Speaker. And as I said earlier this week, in the face of that, for her mother to demonstrate the compassion and empathy that she did last weekend, I thought demonstrated the very best of humanity in the face of seeing the very worst of humanity, and she deserves all our admiration and praise for that.
I guess if this is like a cultural difference between America and England, which is that, you know, in America, they would never walk it back, right? Like Donald Trump would never go, actually, I apologize for the pretense of civility. They have a great parliament. I want to scream at these idiots too. Yeah, there's a bunch of rules on how you can scream at them too. I wish our Congress was this rowdy. Yeah, it might be a little bit better. He was asked to apologize twice and refused during the session. The first time he ignored it, straight answered another question. Well, it's not like the Tories' support can go much lower. What's it at currently? Hold on. Sheesh. 24%, and Labour's beating them by 20 points. Incredible. There's the big shift. You know, I think it's so cool how Keir Starmer has been walking back on every single fucking progressive policy the Labour Party ever stood for, and it hasn't affected the numbers at all. The past year has been Keir Starmer just, like, on every issue. Economic, social, with regards to trans people, banker representation, reform, everything, walked back over and over and over, and none of it has, like, who has this been for? Entirely for the capital class. That's it. Entirely for the capital class. And presumably, you know, a small but powerful group of, you know, moneyed interests and, I don't know, Blairites within the Labour Party who are keeping a tight rein on things. Homeowners have a big sway in our voting bloc. Well, you can blame Thatcher for that. Giving people homes makes them conservative. We need everyone to live in the pod. At this point, is Labour to the right of the... Labour is objectively to the right of the Dems. 100%, yes. I'll put it this way. Whatever may be the case now, if the NHS did not exist, the current Labour Party would not propose its existence. Lefties said this exact same thing about Biden. Lefties said that the Democrats are to the right of the Democrats. Yeah, what we really need to do to advance socialism in the UK is make Liz Truss the Prime Minister again. Look at that shift, man. People hated her. Holy shit. Helps when you tank the economy in like a week. Yeah, we need her to tank the economy harder. Liz Truss held a conference recently. It went down terribly. Really? Does anyone have a link to that? Want to see what the old gal's up to? Trying to find a video.
Okay, let's move on to the popcorns, shall we? Liz Truss gave the presentation yesterday.
Oh,
God, the marketing paraphernalia is appearing everywhere.
I don't think this is it.
Leaflets.
If all of us are being honest in this room, we've been swimming against the tide when we're talking about conservative values. Whether it's what's going on in our schools and the fact that wokeism seems to be on the curriculum.
American cultural victory, reigning supreme as always. Not a le wokism, not a point on earth that is untouched by our brain damage.
And in our universities and in our corporate sector, there seems to be confusion about basic biological issues like what is a woman?
Mm-hmm.
Or if we look at the net zero zealots that Lee has just been talking about, the need for cheaper energy is being drowned out by some very active campaigners. Conservatives really need to be thinking about how we change the system itself and how we create the political weather that enable these policies to happen. Because it's difficult being a conservative at the moment. It's difficult advocating these causes, and it's why we need a popular conservative movement to actually challenge from below.
Are they doing the Brexit Party 2.0? Are they going to do another, like, we're a bunch of failed conservatives branching off to make our own party? This woman was literally like the least popular, fastest prime minister in UK history. She's going to form a new movement. Nigel Farage was here.
I'm motivated and interested by ideas. You know, that's why I was in UKIP.
It's a group within the Conservative Party, not a new party. Oh, there you go. See, right? Why even make a point when my main man, Nigel Farage, is out here making the point for me? Thank you.
But not the Conservative Party. I'm interested in ideas, interested in change. I suspect I will agree with a lot of what is said on the platform this morning, but none of it is going to be Conservative manifesto policy. And that's really the point here. You know, whilst there are some big names like Liz Truss, Jacob Rees-Mogg, I saw Priti Patel coming into the audience earlier, they are a very small minority within the parliament.
Okay, I'm going to front this one a little bit. First of all, he looks a little bit like Jimmy McGill. I'm sorry, he does. Like, obviously I hate him, but he does. Second of all, the way his neck kind of widens out like this, does anyone else feel like he looks a little bit like Skibbity Toilet? Like, does it not look like his head is stretching as though through Gmod physics out? Does anyone, you know, like, I feel like this is a very Skibbity head. Vosh, this is completely retarded. I agree, but we are at PopCon, so.
Conservative Party.
Yeah, you see it.
I mean, in an
right?
ideal world, reform will replace them.
Look,
Who
it's
knows?
like, you see, it's extending out from the toilet bowl here. That is the collar of the shirt.
Who knows what's going to happen? You know, what we do know is that the Parliamentary Conservative Party are now so far away from the centre of gravity of most Conservative voters that it's almost untrue. Looking to join the Tory party, you must be joking. Not at the moment, given what they stand for. And as far as this group's concerned, I'd rather be part of reform, because that's the real thing. And the interesting thing is, if you interview people in this room...
I hate that speed up thing when you hold a click. Nothing quite like an endorsement from Nigel Farage and an announcement from Liz Truss to kick off the birth of a successful new conservative group. If they get Sargon in, they'll win for sure. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Honestly, that short speed up made it even more skibbity. Like, you're kind of right then. Yeah, that's true. Here's when Sunak refused to apologize, timestamped.
Esther Jai hadn't quite made it to the gallery to hear that exchange. 10 minutes later, she was there to hear this.
Mr. Speaker, and may I take the opportunity to ask the Prime Minister if he will consider apologising to Brianna Gray's mother for his insensitive comment.
Prime Minister. Keir Starmer pointed at the gallery and said, she's up there, apologise.
About the report in Teesworks.
Rishi Sunak didn't and answered the MP's main question instead.
She also said Gray. I guess that's just her name now.
Scope of the regeneration.
Well,
at the very end of the...
Oh, fuck, you're right. My audio is desynced. Why has OBS been doing this? Hold on. Yo, there we go. Weird.
Session, Rishi Sunak paid tribute to Brianna's mother.
Maybe it's because I haven't updated it in like a year.
Mother to demonstrate the compassion and empathy that she did last weekend, I thought demonstrated the very best of humanity in the face of seeing the very worst of humanity.
Kevin Badenoch, whose jobs include Minister for Women and Equalities, tweeted, "It was
Okay, gotcha. Nice. This is like very much the character of British fascism. Remember how I said the thing that's keeping the UK from descending into fascism is the fact that there's like such a cultural bias towards this procedural, civil, stiff upper lip bullshit, right? Genuinely, I think that's it. Because like there is nothing less populist than the British government. The British government is so rooted in institution. It is like look at their fucking parliament. Like people want to say there's like a stack of ancient, there's like a chest like they dredged up from the Thames, a pirate ship, and there's look at this. Like it's all like ancient traditions stacked on top of one another, you know? Look at all this crap. The scepter? Look at the scepter. The golden scepter thing. I think that like it's so like the British government is so stuck up its own ass. I don't think it can fake populism well enough to do fascism. Like there are fascists, don't get me wrong. It's just like you've got a very strong cultural bias against it. I don't know. Not against fascism necessarily in practice, more against like what it would take for fascists to win domestically. They even have a door in the house where the monarch can enter via knocking on the door. Okay. One time someone picked up the mace and everyone got mad. Oh, that right there. That's a intrusive thoughts winning moment. That's a like, why is there a glowing golden light emanating from this epic weapon, this legendary drop?
I think David debate to be resumed what day?
Oi! 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 Bludgeon someone. Bludgeon someone.
Order!
Oi! There'll be none of that. He stole the blood of Lathander, and you hear the whirring of like the orbital laser cannon flicking on, and targeting screens start lighting up on the signs. If it's removed, they can't pass laws, Lamau. Yeah. Of course. If the scepter isn't in its place, then the laws can't happen. If you hold it for too long, it starts a secret boss fight. Well, the king shows up. If you pick up the mace, it enrages the king, and he storms through in that secret door that he knocks. It's like, yeah, it's like triggering a secret boss fight. Yeah. It's kind of like Yorm the Giant, where only the mace can damage the king. We have a scepter in American Congress, but ours looks better. Oh yeah, this is way more modern looking. But like by far. This doesn't look very like monarchical. That looks dope though. Holy shit, that looks cool as hell. This is another like legendary drop. Hell yeah. It's fucking, this is like a wizard staff more than a mace, I feel. Very fascist. Oh, it looks very fascist, yeah. Like some Italian futurist shit. It's literally derivative of the Roman fasces. Yeah, so. Look at disciplinary usage. In accordance with the House rules, on the rare occasion a member becomes unruly, the Sergeant-at-Arms, upon order of the Speaker, lifts the mace from its pedestal and presents it before the offenders, thereby restoring order. There have been at least 6 instances where the mace was used to quell disorder. The first known usage of the original mace occurred at the Congress Hall in Philadelphia on January 30th, 1798, during a fight between Matthew Leon of Vermont and Roger Griswold of Connecticut, after which Leon faced an unsuccessful expulsion vote. We'll talk about that soon. The mace was again used to restore order in the evening of January 31st, 1877, during a special session regarding the election in Florida. The Sergeant-at-Arms presented the mace, but to little effect. House rules state members should be arrested when ignoring the authority of the mace. But in this case, since there were so many members involved, the Speaker adjourned the whole session. Ah, well, that tells you about the power of crowds, I guess. In 1880, as the House met to discuss a funding bill as the Committee of the Whole, James B. Weaver of Iowa and William A.J. Sparks of Illinois became involved in a heated discussion, with members attempting to keep them apart. The Speaker ordered the Sergeant-at-Arms to walk about the floor of the House with the mace, and order was restored. It was used twice in the 1890s in incidents involving Representative Charles L. Bartlett, a fiery Georgia Democrat who hurled a volume of laws at one colleague and brandished a knife at another. A threat to present the mace was made on July 29th, 1994, when Rep. Maxine Waters declined to stop speaking. The Speaker pro tempore, Representative Carrie Meek, threatened to, quote, present the mace. Waters left the floor shortly after. It works! Is this the secret counter to the filibuster? I guess so! This is it! Best in slot. We need to rediscover the mace. Yeah, basically, Theodore Roosevelt was correct in that all politics is about having a very large stick. That's all it ever has been. So we need to rediscover this. Liberalism has failed. All right, that's enough of that. Let's move on a little bit, huh? Yeah, they should have brandished it in January 6th. Okay, this is a bit of a different one. A little while ago, by which I mean less than a week ago, in Los Angeles, something wacky happened. 2 skyscrapers that were under construction got mega tagged. I looked at this briefly on stream, but since then a lot has happened. By mega tagged, I mean this. This is like an insanely coordinated tagging operation. Now, the first thing that I need to say, I guess, like on principle, I have to indicate, is that this looks dope as hell. This was like some base jumping parachute bungee cord. This is an extraordinary amount of effort, and it also looks very cool. I would also go so far as to say, if I may, that this is, while certainly inconvenient to people who want to use these windows, a massive improvement to the appearance of these skyscrapers. You know? Like, I think it would look better if more buildings were like this. It kind of sucks that Los Angeles, which has such a unique and thriving, like, I guess, urban culture, both in terms of, like, you know, graffiti and hip hop and streetwear. Just there's so much going on in Los Angeles that's interesting. And yeah, over all of it, just a bunch of ugly glass and steel towers, you know? You can see they're under construction. The scaffolding is up here at the top. There are some people in chat saying that these buildings were left unfinished. Is that true? We'll find out if that's true because I have other videos.
On Sunday, the music world's greatest will gather in Los Angeles for the Grammy Awards. And just around the corner is this high-rise, a building that was supposed to revitalize the neighborhood. It was never finished.
High-rises never revitalize neighborhoods, ever. No, I have been to downtown LA. That is not true. The taller a building is, the less likely it is, because more and more of the people who live in that building live too far from the sidewalk for it to be like a part of their urban experience. There's a reason why the most walked about areas in cities are very rarely the ones that are towered over by monolithic skyscrapers, but usually like mixed development high rises that are like 4 to 5 stories, if that, you know? Not to mention, what were these apartments going to cost? Revitalize the neighborhood.
And now Jim Murray reports it's an eyesore.
This is not what a fancy high-rise is supposed to be.
Fancy high-rise. Yeah, fuck you right off the bat. Revitalize the neighborhood, by which you actually mean here are some more $4,500 a month apartments that have been ruined by, like, something actually looking good. Sorry, it looks dope. I know it's inconvenient as windows go, but, like, it looks dope as hell. I'm sorry. You know, fuck you. And you're racist. Fuck you guys. Fuck all of you.
Look like floor after floor of eye-popping graffiti. It's a
eye-popping. Oh, yeah, dude. Dude, if you don't want to live in LA, get the fuck out of LA, okay? So I'm sorry. Like, I apologize that not all of Los Angeles can be made to conform to the fucking biases and prejudices of your Bel Air hillside mansion or wherever the fuck you saltines live. But if you go to actual LA where culture is born, these people don't consume LA culture. The only LA culture these people consume is the fucking like drip feed shit that gets so gentrified they're capable of consuming it. You're watering down the motherfucking like seasoned ass street tacos, all right? These people can't. I hate these people so fucking much.
It's a shocking sight.
Shocking.
Each balcony covered in brightly colored lettering, 27 floors in all. In the world of graffiti, it's called tagging, but perhaps never
you can tell exactly who this is for, by the way.
Before has it happened in such a bold and dramatic way. These are the buildings, part of a $1 billion project in downtown Los Angeles that has sat unfinished since 2019.
Oh, then fuck them. That's it. COVID happened and they just gave up. They just dropped the fucking. Oh, then whatever. Fuck you. Do you know it's gonna cost hundreds of millions of dollars to finish construction or demolish these buildings, and you're whining about having to clean the windows? Like, oh no. In addition to all of the work that is yet to be done, we also have to do this. You would have had to clean the windows anyway or replace the glass. Fuck you. This blight, urban blight. How dare these hoodlums? These hooligans add culture and unique visual elements to fucking urban blight, to rot that's been sitting here for 5 years. Oh my God, these people are like everything wrong with LA.
It was supposed to be 40 stories of luxury condos.
Fuck you.
The buildings sit in the shadow of the crypto arena.
Fuck you. Yeah, by the way, Los Angeles, baby, they bought this out. This was the Staples Center. It got bought out by Crypto.com. That's right. At the height of the crypto boom, it got the whole fucking stadium name rights got bought out by Crypto.com, and it got called the Crypto.com Arena. Not Crypto Arena, Crypto.com Arena, which now from your $5 billion a second fucking penthouse apartment you get to look down upon in all of its glory.
The Grammys will be held on Sunday. While we were there, we saw this guy jump the fence. It's not only illegal, it's also dangerous. The balconies have makeshift railings. One false move could potentially end in disaster. The Los Angeles Police Department says it's working.
You have no problem with the lack of safety. If the police came and gunned these people down, you wouldn't give a single shit. If the LAPD showed up and fucking raped and killed all of the people who did this tagging, you would be like, oh, we're cleaning up the streets. You don't give a fuck about their safety. The only safety concern you have is that their bodies would leave a splat when they hit the ground, and it would be like an eyesore to you or something. Fuck you. I fucking hate these people.
Secure the building, and that the graffiti would be removed.
Why? The building is sitting empty. Again, I listen to the way they launder this. They keep calling it like here.
Vacant luxury high-rise in downtown.
Vacant. It's not vacant. It's unfinished. It's been abandoned, right? We're talking about abandoned buildings. It's not just vacant. What leaves a building vacant, right? No building just gets left vacant for no reason. That's money being left on the table. How dare people who actually live in Los Angeles and breathe in the culture of its streets, how dare they, I don't know, try to beautify this urban blight, this billion-dollar rot that would have contributed to the decay of downtown Los Angeles by further gentrifying it and pushing out the people who actually make the culture in the city out into the fucking outskirts of like East LA or whatever, further and further and further out from the city core until it just ends up like completely unlivable, you know? For anyone who doesn't have a job in like Hollywood or a tech job or whatever. What's the problem with luxury high-rises? Skyscrapers in general are bad, but like luxury high-rise, if you knew what was going on in downtown Los Angeles, the rent that people have to pay, the amount of gentrification, the damage that's being done, and by the way, everyone is being hurt by it. This is the busting out my calipers. This is the degenerate skull shape of the wealthy Los Angelian, okay? What they don't understand is, like every other fucking gentrifying downtown dipshit over there doesn't understand, is they moved to LA for the culture that they're pricing out. This isn't just like a general, oh, people move where it's economically favorable. This project, what the city allows to be built through its zoning, this high rise, all the people there, guys, rich people don't live in downtown so they can be around other cultureless, dipshit, socially malnourished, pedophile rich people. That's not why they do it. They do it because these downtown like centers have rich, unique tapestries of local culture that are predominantly the product of the poor underclass there, in a racial sense in many cases, especially in Los Angeles. So when they move there, they raise the price, they displace. To be clear, by the way, my main issue is not with the wealthy people who might take those high rises. If that high rise was completed, if those rent prices went up there, people are going to move there if they can afford to. That's how it works. That is like, it's renters and condo owners are like water, you know, they flow to fill the space that they're allowed. What I take issue with is the space. The city and the construction company and the investors who work together to allow this to happen, you know? That's the real issue that I have. And now, having allowed this to happen, it went tits up. These buildings are unfinished, vacant blights. And now this is the first time I've even hearing about this. This is the first time I'm hearing about this. Like, I moved out of LA long before these buildings got abandoned. I didn't hear about the big scandal of $1 billion rotting in downtown, you know, just sitting there, squatting there like useless nothing, taking up land and choking the air with their fucking monolithic worthlessness. But I am hearing about people making them more beautiful to no one's harm. That's how I get to hear about this. That's when this whole thing gets brought to me. They were abandoned because they were deemed uninhabitable? Really? I would like to see that. My assumption was that this was like a COVID-19 like funding thing. Wait. I'm looking at a Reddit thread, and there's a place saying that there was a corrupt city councilman who got arrested or something. I don't know what. Jose Huizar? Is this it? Corruption case? Former Los Angeles City Councilman Jose Huizar was sentenced Friday to 13 years in prison for his role in spawning a set of criminal schemes that involved cash payouts, casino chips, Las Vegas, and bribes from developers seeking to build glittering downtown high-rises. Is it... Is it these? Served as a critical... He headed the Planning and Land Use Management Committee, served as a critical gatekeeper for large-scale development projects across the city. Huizar wielded enormous power. One proposed later abandoned was a 77-story hotel power plant in Figueroa Street, 20-story residential building for Olympic Boulevard. A fourth was a 35-story tower now under construction in the Arts District. Even if a city doesn't strictly need more luxury high-rises, wouldn't an increase in housing stock for the wealthy allow them to densify in the downtown, leave their previous dwellings in the market? Yeah, but poor people can't occupy their previous dwellings. No, it doesn't work that way. Giving wealthy people more luxury condos to like look out over the city has literally never fixed any housing problems at all. You need public housing, or at the very least, like low-income housing. Everyone's just greedily chasing the bag with the expensive, like, easy tenants to rent to. That's it. It's just greed. It's not socially beneficial. It's literally just like fighting over it's a zero-sum game, fighting over like the wealthiest possible tenants. Okay, this guy did a lot of shit. Here we go. Oceanwide Plaza. Partially completed residential and retail complex composed of 3 towers in downtown Los Angeles. Across the street from Crypto.com Arena. Fuck, that's grim. The towers have no completion date. It is unknown when the complex will open as the development's process is beset by corruption charges and financing problems related to ongoing geopolitical tensions between US and China. Tower 1 will feature a 184-room 5-star Park Hyatt hotel and 164 Park Hyatt service condo residences, a live-in hotel option. Oh, that'll help downtown LA. This is what downtown LA needs: a 5-star hotel high-rise and live-in hotel options. That's great. So so more like fucking business class middlemen can come over and squat downtown. The developer, Beijing-based Oceanwide Holdings. The site was a vacant parking lot. Nice. Classic LA business. Constructed in April 2018. In January 2019, interior construction of the project was put on hold. The developer cited restructuring of capital and indicated work in the plaza would resume shortly. Contractor Lendlease suspended work. Until late March 2019 was announced construction is resumed by the subcontractors. Work again stopped in late 2019. Unpaid work and pending lawsuits. The towers were an example of Chinese reductions in capital and investing in U.S. real estate because of the country's ongoing trade dispute with the U.S. and a Beijing crackdown on credit and capital flight. In July 2018, the FBI served a search warrant on Google under money laundering and bribery charges. The warrant asked for information contained in a Gmail account belonging to Raymond Chan, former head of the LA Department of Building and Safety. Chan left that position in 2016. Oh, there's Jose Huizar, who we looked at prior. They owe hundreds of millions of dollars. China Oceanwide said more than 1.2 billion was needed to finish the project and that they had already spent 1.1 billion. Cool. Yeah, Sorry, guys, don't you know? 1.2 billion needed to finish the project is one thing, but the 1.2000001 billion that would be required to finish it and to clean up the graffiti is just too much. Time for us to spend millions on policing efforts. Yeah, fucking rich white lady. Consistently make the most retarded fucking decisions for how to lay out its town imaginable, you know? If only. Guys, I wonder if making an entire, like, mega county, like, larger than almost any other urban area on Earth, entirely car-dependent, having 90% of it not be zoned for more than 2 stories, completely centering commercial districts so people have to drive a bunch, so the city has to maintain, like, 5 trillion miles of road every year, and I don't know, allowing rich, precious downtown real estate to be taken up by worthless fucking investments and construction that, even if this hadn't gone tits up, still would have been an urban blight because it would have further increased the cost of living downtown and driven away the vast majority of the residents of downtown, which are the people who actually pay the vast majority. I believe that guy when he says it's a safety issue. The other guy, the last one, that guy just doesn't want blood on his sidewalk. That photographer, though, I believe him when he says he doesn't want people getting hurt.
February to respond to property's prime
Demolish
location
it.
and potential. Reporting downtown, I'm Rachel Menata.
Demolish it, please. Tear it down and build anew. I beg of you. 1 second. What's the name of this? Ocean Wide Plaza, right? You just had it opened on Wikipedia. Yeah, but have you considered that I'm stupid? Have you? I don't think you have. Hold on. Just to be clear, when we talk about this prime real estate and the blight in Los Angeles, this is what we're talking about. Okay? Hold on. I have the right place, right? This is what we're talking about. Even here in the core of Los Angeles, in downtown, this is what we're talking about. This is the rich urban core, and this is the revitalization of the neighborhood, which is, yes, called South Park. Look at all that beauty. Kind of ugly. Oh, what are you talking about, kind of ugly? Look, it's downright Parisian. Look, they made one tiny little section of it out of brick. Oh, I love this pedestrian-friendly... Oh, yeah, here you go. Here's the pedestrian path. So you're safe from plummeting to your death to this little rail station right there. That's cool. Look at all this. Look at this. You know, looking at it, you would almost be mistaken for not thinking that it's one of the largest and wealthiest cities on the planet. And this is, again, look at this. Isn't it disgusting? Look at how it looks. Like, just leaving aside the infrastructure or whatever, like, I mean, in terms of design, look at it's just repugnant. Even the parts of it that aren't a parking lot feel like a parking lot. Here's another parking lot. But don't worry, guys, it's not all parking lots. Look at this wonderful, walkable, extremely interesting, you know, apartment fucking plaza right here, whatever. Ah, yes. I love downtown LA. Look at all this 6-lane road. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep. More public parking. Yeah. Oh, what is that? What? Is that art? No, 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 no. Take it down. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. This was probably made with the permission of the landowner, but if it wasn't, they should destroy it immediately. This ruins the entire character of the neighborhood. Ugh. Guys, again, you need to understand. Downtown Los Angeles. This is downtown. Look at all the people on the sidewalks. So sterile? No, it's not sterile at all. Everything is choked with gasoline fumes. It's like this everywhere. God. As a European, this looks like hell. Yeah, well, it's what I grew up with. All right. They're using helicopters to protect the buildings. Yep. Citizen, stop trying to improve the look of this blighted neighborhood. We will fire. That's great. LA has a budgeting crisis, but they'll spend like $1 million a day protecting this one blighted fucking structure from being made to look better. Honest question, where are the stores? Shouldn't cities have a new store every 10 steps? Nope. Because there's no such thing as walking in LA. A store in an area means you need to have a giant parking lot for that area. So you'd better be willing to front the capital for that. You know, what's the point of making a shopping district that doesn't have like 600,000 parking spaces connected directly to it so people can access it? Why live in the city then? Well, if the city is LA, the answer is don't. That's my recommendation. What is the best planned U.S. city? Well, good cities aren't really planned. I mean, I like the D.C. Mall. And maybe I'm misunderstanding, but it sounds like you might advocate for height limits in residential buildings. Yeah, skyscrapers aren't good. Generally, they're just not good. They get more and more expensive with every floor you build. If you wanted more density in the construction, hold on. If you wanted more density in Los Angeles, if you wanted the ability to like fit more people into this county that already has 5 fucking trillion people in it, okay? Then behold a photo of Los Angeles as taken from the Griffith Park Observatory. Now I ask you, does this skyline suggest to you that what we really need is more skyscrapers? Do we think perhaps there are other things we could do to increase density in a city that is like significantly made up of single-family housing? By the way, what you're looking at right now is through a telephoto lens. Do you want to see what it actually looks like when you're standing there on the Griffith Observatory? This is it. This is the view that I got as a Los Angelian. The skyscrapers of downtown are just tiny pinpricks in the distance, lost in a fucking ocean of single and double-story buildings. It's an almost unimaginably large city. Oh yeah, good luck seeing the stars, by the way. Like this. You'll notice that a bunch of photos of the Griffith Park Observatory are using camera tricks in order to make the background appear closer than it really is. I know there's a way of doing it in camera. I don't know the details, whatever. Camera tricks. But in reality, it doesn't look anything like that. Even this image right here doesn't appear the way our eyes perceive it. See? Downtown is nowhere near that close. LA is huge. And Los Angeles' downtown has been gutted out for decades and decades now, raped to death by developers and investors who all want to fight over, you know, luxury condominiums and apartments because the you know, they all want to fight over the richest, best tenants. Wouldn't East Coast cities have a bit more potential? Yes, East Coast cities tend to be better. LA is uniquely bad. I know I would like Pittsburgh. All right. That's enough grim reflection on the nature of Los Angeles for the stream, I think. It didn't used to be bad. Well, things have always been at least somewhat bad. But in this specific respect, LA has been getting worse. The LAPD has... Oh my god. The LAPD has assigned detectives to investigate trespassing. Detectives. They're sending detectives. Gonna get Columbo on this shit. Jesus fucking Christ. Detectives. Just one more thing. Yeah. Is this for the chilling effect? This is because, generally speaking, all the LAPD exists to do is hassle black drivers. So every once in a while, when they see something on the news that gets their dicks hard, they want to be a part of it. So they'll deploy a fucking fleet of helicopters and detectives because because they want an opportunity to be, like, you know, involved in it. This urbanist video is a good response to your point on the skyscrapers. The urbanist myth that just won't die. I'm not doing that's not what we're doing here. That's not the bit that we're doing. I don't think skyscrapers are always bad, and I don't think that buildings should stop being developed at 5 stories. For instance, I really like the way downtown DC looks, and that goes further than 5 stories for most of it. I think the downtown DC is quite beautiful. What is it, like 8, 9 stories? Something like that, I think? I don't know. But, like, skyscrapers can sometimes be good. But this obsession with making everything fucking, like, 30, 40 stories, it's dumb. But skyscrapers aren't all bad. For example, Chicago's skyline is exquisite. Sorry, Chicago's skyline has to be one of the best in the world. Certainly the best in Los Angeles. New Yorkers stay coping. It is just phenomenal. And it looks pretty great. The difference, though, is that Chicago has much more rich downtown development than Los Angeles does, which allows it to sustain both skyscrapers and, like, a thriving urban, you know, infrastructure at the ground level. Not the case for Los Angeles, at least not for downtown LA. Not to mention how Chicago looks from the river. Look at this. This is just goddamn beautiful. I mean, this is like, this is peak shit, you know? We're rivaling ancient European cities in terms of, you know, there's some Venetian shit going on down here. Brown water Lamau? It looks fine. I mean, don't swim in river city water, you know? I'm a Boston simp. I've heard Boston's really nice. Sorry, I didn't mean to get distracted with architecture stuff. I just want to make it clear, I'm not opposed to skyscrapers in all cases. I'm just, you know. I just want them to keep the damn graffiti up. And by the way, here you go. Just as an example of the kind of stuff that I'm talking about, Chicago suburbs, many of them are mixed density. Notice how we're barely out from the skyscrapers right here. Notice how these are family homes. 3 stories tall, like row or townhouses. They're beautiful. And with this, you can get vastly greater density than you could with like the standard Los Angeles ranch home. This, I will show you. This is what the average house looks like in Los Angeles. Right here. A single story Spanish mesa style house with lanes to either side and a lawn in front. This is the median house in Los Angeles. It also probably costs $5 trillion. These are incredibly not dense. I don't know what the antonym for dense is, but this is what they all look like. Sparse? I don't think that dense actually has a clear and perfect antonym, right? Heavy, light, tall, short, narrow, wide, dense. I don't think sparse is a perfect antonym, but I think it's the closest we have. I've never heard anyone say, like, you know, titanium is a dense element. Yeah. And then helium is a sparse element. I've just heard like less dense, right? Yeah. Anyway, you guys are just like saying words. You know, when you type those words out, you know for a fact that you're wrong when you say them. You know nobody uses light as an antonym to dense. Like, you're just saying shit, okay? Quit wasting my time. Chat is dense? That's true. Okay. So this is a pretty wild one. I'd kind of forgotten about this, even though I covered it back when it happened, because I'm a live streamer. I tend to cover stuff, you know? It's been known to happen. So back in 2021, it's the... Can you guys remind me which shooting this was? You have to forgive me. Here in America, we have a lot. The killing of 4 students back in 2021. Which one was that? Oxford, Michigan. Yeah, I'm just trying to remember if there's any specific character or event. I mean, I must have made a video on it. Maybe I didn't. I don't know. Anyway, they have found the mother of the shooter guilty for manslaughter. 4 counts, I think. Right? Did it say that? Yeah, 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter. What did she do? You know, I have a memory in my head of there being a shooting where it felt like the parent was very responsible.
Individually?
Sure.
Okay. On count 1 of involuntary manslaughter as to Madison Baldwin, we find the defendant guilty of involuntary manslaughter. On count 2 of involuntary manslaughter in regards to Tate Muir, we find the defendant guilty of involuntary manslaughter. On count 3, as to involuntary manslaughter regarding Hannah St. Juliana, we find the defendant guilty of involuntary manslaughter. And in count 4 of involuntary manslaughter against Justin Schilling, we find...
Okay, wait, I remember this. Here's the Wikipedia article for the shooting. Behavior immediately prior to the shooting. Police said there was no indication that Crumbly had faced any disciplinary issues prior to the shooting. Still, Crumbly was reported to have met with school officials the day prior to the shooting and once again early on the day of the shooting to discuss his behavior. Prosecutor Karen McDonald later provided a timeline regarding the meetings. The first meeting occurred after a teacher spotted Crumbly using his phone to search for ammunition and reported him. During the discussion, Crumbly told them that he and his mother Jennifer had recently traveled to a shooting range and that, quote, shooting sports are a family hobby. School officials left a voicemail and email for Jennifer Crumbly. She did not respond, but later texted her son saying, "Lol, I'm not mad at you. You have to learn not to get caught." The second meeting occurred on the day of the shooting after another teacher found a violent drawing on Crumbley's desk, described by McDonald in a press conference as a drawing of a semi-automatic handgun pointing at the words, "The thoughts won't stop, help me." Stereotypical fucking, like, first thought, what do you write in, like, on the graffiti on the wall inside an insane asylum? Okay. In a video game. In another section of the note was a drawing of a bullet with the following words above that bullet: "Blood everywhere." Yep. Between the drawing of the gun and the bullet is a drawing of a person who appears to have been shot twice and is bleeding. Below that figure is the drawing of a laughing emoji. Further down the drawing are the words, "My life is useless," and to the right of it are the words, "The world is dead." The teacher took a photo of the drawing, like this is some Slender Man shit, I don't know, which was on a math worksheet and reported Crumbley. He was taken to a guidance counselor's office where school staff phoned Crumbley's parents requesting they come to the school. According to the superintendent of Oxford Community Schools, while waiting for his parents to arrive, school counselors did not observe any behavior from Crumbley that indicated to him that he might harm others. Upon their arrival, Crumbley's parents were shown the drawing, which Crumbley had scribbled over by that point in an attempt to conceal its contents, and instructed to seek counseling for their son within 48 hours, otherwise the school would call CPS. They, quote, resisted the idea of Crumbley leaving to go home at the time and did not inform school officials that they had recently purchased a gun for him. He was returned to class that same morning as he had no prior disciplinary issues. According to McDonald, at the time of the meeting, Crumbley had already placed the weapon he was to use in the shooting somewhere on the school grounds. Then he committed the shooting at 12:50 p.m. Prosecutors alleged at 1:22, 7 minutes after the first news reports came in of a shooting at the school, Jennifer Crumbley texted her son saying, "Ethan, don't do it." So the mom knew. James Crumbley called 911 to report a 6-hour SP 2022 handgun is missing, and also Ethan could be the gunman at Oxford High. I remember going over this, yeah. Jesus Christ. Crumbley was charged as an adult. That seems fair. Eligible for a sentence of life without parole. That also seems fair. Guys, I don't know. This is even more psychotic than the fucking Breonna J killers, you know? Like, it's like they're fucking competing on how much of a fucking internet horror, you know, creepypasta, Slender Man fucking character they can act like. Against Crumbley's parents. Oh, wait, this is the shooting that led to that one Kim Iverson clip, remember? Oh, yeah! Where Kim Iverson was showing how news of this was showing the shooter as this, like upstanding, pristine white boy. And Kim Iverson was like, this is anti-white propaganda because the media is training you to view all normal-looking white guys with suspicion. Wait, they fled? After charges were announced against Crumbley's parents, Jennifer and James, an alert was issued hours later by state authorities as the Crumbleys had left the Oxford Township area. Both were supposed to appear with their attorneys to turn themselves in, but had failed to do so. The Oakland County Sheriff's Office said the FBI, the U.S. Marshals Service, and the Oakland County Fugitive Apprehension Team were searching for the parents. The FBI said they were not involved at this time. Okay. Shortly after, the Crumbley's attorneys told the Detroit Free Press their client did not flee, but rather left town for their own safety and would return to be arraigned. However, both parents missed their 4 p.m. arraignment and remained at large. Under Sheriff McCabe told CNN the attorneys had not talked with the parents after attempting to reach them by phone and text without success. CNN reported that Jennifer and James had withdrawn $4,000 from an ATM in Rochester Hills on December 3rd and that they had turned off their cell phones. Late on December 3rd, the U.S. Marshals released wanted posters for the parents and also rewards of up to $10,000 for information leading to their arrests. They received a tip from a business owner who found the Crumleys' vehicle in his parking lot in Detroit, about 40 miles from Oxford. Saw Jennifer Crumbley. Police responded to the scene about 20 minutes later and established a perimeter. They took the couple into custody after finding them in a first-floor room at a nearby commercial building. He said the Crumbleys were unarmed and very distressed during the arrests, and that there was no indication they had planned to surrender. Huh. They were all put in isolation? Oh. The parents were put in solitary confinement? Huh. I found the drawing. This is the drawing? This kid draws like shit. No talent. No wonder he lashed out. Here's another one. I wasn't aware this information was public. The first victim had to be pretty girl with a future so she could suffer just like me. Dude, I'm telling you, these crazies, these shooters are getting their fucking cues from Slenderman shit. They all sound like they're trying to copy what they think crazy people sound like. Have crazy people always done shit like this? Like, if we went back 50 years before the internet, would they also write out shit like this? Is this just what crazy people write out before they do a shooting? Or is it just, like, are the stereotypes there for a reason? I guess we're stereotyping. I guess stereotypes are true. I'm racist against school shooters, which is basically like being an anti-white racist. Yes, Richard Ramirez, 70s serial killer, was extremely cringe in interviews. So I guess the lesson for this is that cringe people will eventually lash out and do mass shootings. Have you socialized with mentally ill folks? Oh, hello, I'm talking to VGG right now. I guess school shooters are just cringe. Full journal entries entered into public record. Dude couldn't spell for shit. How old is he? Here? 15. Okay. Charges an adult at age 15. I guess if you're doing shit like this, whatever. I don't fucking care. Fuck off. My handwriting has always been really, really bad, so I'm not really in a position to judge over that. Though this is pretty bad. Here's my idea. I want to do what he did. I want America to hear what I did. I know that rarely any shootings have happened in Michigan, so that means I will cause the largest school shooting ever in the state. I am not going to kill myself. I will surrender to the police. Well, it's true. He didn't kill himself. I wish to hear the screams of the children as I shoot them. I'm blaming video games for this one. I don't know. Yeah, must be weed and music. Can anyone tell me whether or not this guy liked weed and music? All I need is my 9mm pistol, which I am currently begging my dad for. Man, I'm pretty pro-gun, but if I had a teenage kid who was begging for a gun. Shouldn't you be like obsessed with, I don't know, video games or like pussy or something? Like, what do you want a gun for? What the fuck? Like, maybe we could go to the range as like a family or something, but you don't need a gun. That's my gun. That's my gun. Mine. Oh God, he was an incel? Oh no. I just saw a group of girls sitting out in the hallway. If I had my pistol as on me, then I would have not hesitated to blow both their brains out. I would, he's just like Asa Mitaka. I would just hope their parents would fill with sadness. This is like embarrassing, man. Like unironic, like Jesus Christ. You know that feeling you get when you're watching a mid-tier anime and the villain does his villain speech and he does the same villain speech as every other anime villain, and it's like really embarrassing to listen to. You know, this world is imperfect. I will remake it. It's like some Kingdom Hearts shit or whatever. It's like that, but this is real life. I'm not horrified, I'm embarrassed. Yeah, I guess the horror that I feel is more seeing like American liberal media from people who probably consider themselves progressive, whitewashing Israel's genocide of the Palestinian people. Like 30,000 people dead. Like the horror that I feel is like the horror of the banal, when all of these systems and institutions that work with terrifying efficiency all like turn against human interest in a way that feels almost like unmanageable, and everyone's just going along with it, and it feels like you're kind of screaming against the tide a little bit. This doesn't fill me with horror. This is like cartoonish, you know? It's cartoonishly evil. When I show up to school, I hope that every parent of kids I gratefully murder will be so sad that they kill themselves. I want all of America to see the darkness in me. This is like my thought slime meltdown stream. This is just like an embarrassing gamer moment, really. This is like the PewDiePie on the bridge. This is, you know, you get killed by someone who's maybe hacking in CS:GO, and you just start screaming this into the mic. I want all of America to see the darkness imprisoning me. All that I see. I want to impact the world with this. I'm going something the shooting, so when they show the video in court, everyone can see their children and friends dying. I want for the parents not to see their kids burn to ash. That's not what a bullet does, you fucking retard. And bawl their eyes out. I am going to spend the rest of my life in prison? I'm guessing that just based on context. Rotting like a tomato. Well. A modern Shakespeare. Number one victory, right? No, it's I don't know. Again, the last time I talked about this, people in chat got mad at me. Like, I don't give a shit if he rots in prison for the rest of his life. This is a broken brain. I don't fucking know. But like, the thing that I'm interested in is the parents, right? Because it really does seem, I haven't seen the whole trial proceedings. My impression based off of this is that like the parents did a lot to facilitate or ignore this, you know? I don't know. I know that runaway train. I like one. No, I don't want to go over the Kim Iverson segment. Don't give a gun to a kid. Yeah, my position on gun culture, I guess, in relation to this, has always been maybe, like, I think that you can be interested in guns as a tool, and I think that you can be interested in guns as a piece of machinery, which is mostly how I like them, you know? Like, I practice shooting, but for the most part, guns are just a mechanically interesting device that autistically I like looking at, and I want them to be shiny. That's why when I look at my gun interests, I skip right past, like, the AR-15 and every other sensible gun that people buy. And it's like, actually, this, like, rare production, you know, like, Slovakian 1977 rifle with a bit... Like, it's just, like, I think it's shiny. You know, I'm like a crow or a raven, basically. But I feel like if you've got a 16-year-old kid who's, like, begging for a gun, like, for what? Why? Like, what's wrong with you? Why? Yeah, the difference is he's thinking about using it. Psycho shit, you know? Oh, I'm blaming the video games. 1 19mm pistol, extra mags. 2 to 5 Molotov cocktails. Okay. That's where the burning part comes in? Yeah, I guess. I don't think he had them. Oh, there's the incel one. I will walk behind any girl, in parentheses, pretty. This, hold on, wait 1 second, okay? That's so me. I will walk up to girl, parentheses, pretty. I'm always thinking this. I hope the sentence doesn't get worse from here. And shoot them in the back of the... Ah! I will then shoot anyone I see aiming for the head until I have to... Aim center mass, dumbass. Until I have to... Is this meant to be reload? That would make the most sense, but that doesn't look like reload. Okay. One of the... I've said this before, and I really mean it. One of the most reliable indicators of somebody who is going to be a threat to the public is misogyny. Almost every time there's a mass shooting at a school, especially, like, there is so much of an overlap with misogyny or domestic abuse or whatever else, you know? Like massively so. Yeah. It's a problem. Odd, Blablada. Isn't that most young boys now? Well, I mean, I think that most young boys, for all of human history, have been some level of misogynistic. You know, it takes a little bit of time to grow out of tribalism, and boys versus girls is as close to an innate tribal distinction as exists in the human species. But you can grow out of it, you know? You can grow up. Jon Stewart said domestic abuse is the #1 indicator of future violence. And that is correct. In fact, if I remember correctly, I'm pretty sure no, I was incorrect. My apologies. I thought that the person who did the Santa Monica college shooting that I was just barely present at killed his mom first, but he killed 2 men in his house and then set it on fire. Then I remember there being a mom involved. I don't know. There's so many shootings in America, it's hard to keep track. The Uvalde shooter and Sandy Hook both killed their moms first. I might have been thinking of that. It tends to happen. All right, that's enough. Can I complain to you guys for a second? I just went in for what I consider to be like a pretty standard light ball scratch, as one is wont to do. I'm unashamed of my, you know, of my, you know, proud practice. But I did it wrong, and I ended up like scratching that thing in the scrot that hurts when you pull it, and now it hurts, and I feel kind of bad, and my stomach hurts. It actually hurts quite a lot, to be honest. I was a bit too aggressive, you know? You know what I mean? There's like, in the scrot, there's like the balls, and then there's the line that runs from the balls further into the body. You can kind of feel it. Maybe it's the vast effort. I don't know. I don't know. Enough ball anatomy, I guess. Unironically, go check for bleeding. No, there's no bleeding. I'm not naked from the waist down. It's just a bad ball scratch. It's not bleeding. I'm not going to die. Jesus Christ. Yeah, give people the wrong impression here. Fuck. I think that everyone's mis-scratched their balls at some point, right? Like that's like everyone's had that. Like you misjudge where your hand is relative to your balls. You come in too hot, so to speak. That's a pretty common experience, you know. I am trying to fix the alienation that we experience today as citizens of the modern world by talking about these things. Most people wouldn't. Most people, what's a big streamer? I don't know. Pokimane. Pokimane wouldn't tell you about the ball scratching. Hassan, would Hassan tell you? No, Hassan wouldn't tell you. You know why? Because Hassan wants you to think you're alone, but I don't. I've never missed my balls, but I have punched myself in the face by accident. I hit myself in the face so fucking hard once when I was drunk. I was doing like a this thing because I was trying to reach for something behind me. Way too hard, way too fast, and off, you know? I nearly broke my glasses. Classic. Shut the fuck up about Hassan. People think you're honestly trying to start. Oh, shut up, you fucking killjoy. Go to Hassan's chat. Yo, Vosh said you don't talk about scratching your balls. Sure, go flood with incoherent nonsense, you know? In just unintelligible drama baiting. Why not, you know? Vosh thinks you're hiding the ball info. Yeah, oh, sure, whatever. Don't take it all so seriously. What's your preferred alcoholic drink? I like cocktails. Anything with vodka or tequila is my favorite. Gin is fine too, but I like vodka and tequila. And you know, margaritas, yeah, just stuff like that. I like sweet drinks. I love cock. Where's my... Oh. It's super dry in here. I feel like my lips are getting chapped really quick. Not a rum guy? No, I like rum. Yeah, I like rum too. Yeah, I do. How many viewers did you have in your first stream? I think like 25, but that was because I was already known in Destiny's community as a prominent chatter, and it was known that I was going to start streaming. I was known for rabble-rousing before, so some people from his community came to check it out. That initial boost was the only reason I have a career today, you know? Getting big in streaming is very much a luck game. It's about connections. You know, it's obviously for that I am ever thankful. Whatever nonsense that community's up to at the moment. The original 25 have to be long gone. Actually, there are a few originals around. I try to remember them, but my memory is not the best. But every once in a while, I get those flash memories of people talking to me in like Twitch chat. It's always nice, you know? Isn't having like more than 10 viewers on Twitch noteworthy? Yeah, no, 10 viewers is great. If you can stream and consistently get 60 to 80 viewers, I think that can be enough to make a living off of if you are smart about it and stream often, you know? And that's a lot. That's a lot to be watching you. But that is like, and that also depends on cost of living. If you live in like a major city, then you'll need more, obviously. But like when I started, it was $600 a month for rent because I was splitting $1,200 for a studio apartment with my partner at the time, with Vermin. So if with minimal housing and food costs, that worked. But in a city, obviously, like the cost goes up, you know. How many viewers do you have on this stream? About 7,000, which I'm always very happy with, of course. Viewership varies significantly with politics stuff. If big news happens, it goes up to 12,000. You know, it's a variety kind of deal. That's a lot. I'm a pretty big streamer. I'd like to believe. I think. Man, my balls still hurt. God, feeling like I got a little bit here. If 80 viewers is enough to live off of, you must make a shit ton. Oh, don't worry, I do. Though I also do spend a lot of money. First, the editors and White Nervosa for site management. That's a significant amount goes to them. I also support a lot of friends and my parents. So in terms of actual spending money, well, I'm not going to lie and say it's not a lot. It's definitely a lot. But in terms of actual spending money, it's a not significant portion of the total amount that I would theoretically make. What do you support your parents for? Am I not a good son? What do you mean? What do I support? Because my parents are a king and a queen, because I love them. They gave life to me. What do you mean? They should live in a palatial estate if I could only afford it for the rest of their lives. If I could provide it. Of course, DJ Pyro. Unfortunately, my parents live in Los Angeles, so any kind of support to them with regards to living stuff actually constitutes a very significant portion of income. Yeah, if they lived out in like rural Montana or something, with the toss of my hand, I could raise mountains for them. But in Los Angeles, you know, even with the considerable income my channel affords me, I still couldn't afford to buy a house there. All right. I'm guessing you earn, wait, how's your brother's chef career? Amazing. Support them with a premium parking space. Exactly, yeah. All right. Hold on. Just a second. This is actually pretty big news, I'm afraid. Big news. Is it over? It's not. God damn it, where's the video? I'm just trying to, I thought I had it up. There it is. Okay, thank God. Okay. So, I want you to picture in your mind, if you will, just indulge me for a moment, the wokest institution in America. An institution so woke that any true American patriot would consider it their red-blooded American responsibility to tear it down. That's right. I'm talking about Homeland Security. Just yesterday, Republicans launched an effort to impeach the head of Homeland Security, Alejandro Mayorkas, who we don't like here, by the way, just to be clear. They did so, and I am not joking when I say this, when a Democrat was in the hospital and therefore unable to attend the vote. Upon producing the vote, that Democratic congressperson rushed out of the hospital so that they could participate in the vote and defeat it by a narrow margin.
A dramatic night in the House of Representatives where a Republican effort to get rid of Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas has come up short. Republicans were pushing to impeach the secretary, and the vote came down largely on party lines, but a handful of Republicans voted no against
4 of them did. 4 of them did.
the effort. Now, just because this vote failed doesn't mean the impeachment effort is over. House Republicans have indicated that they are willing to revisit the issue sometime in the near future.
Were they in the hospital or just visiting? My understanding is that the Democrat who was in the hospital was in the hospital. Like, they were recovering from a procedure and they rushed out. MTG, Marjorie Taylor Greene, was the loudest voice in this impeachment process because she's been gunning for it for a while. She blamed the loss of the impeachment vote on hidden Democrats.
Votes that they Democrats hid one of these votes that they had, so was it something that people would see? Is that something that Republicans?
I'm glad you asked that because well, we can basically look at this as a game, unfortunately, and their strategy. And they hid one of their members waiting to the last minute, watching to see our votes, trying to throw us off on the numbers.
Remember, they only did the vote when they did because they knew the Democrat was in the hospital. This was a snake-like, sneaky fucking effort to get something done.
I wanted to do all that I can because I know
this guy.
Secretary Mayorkas. He's a good, decent man. And I didn't want to see his reputation tarnished. I went to cast my votes and I returned. And I have been informed that the vote made a difference. And I'm pleased that it made a difference.
Man, he sounds ancient. The photos of him describing his arrival in hospital garb do not show him in hospital garb, but he does look extremely cool holding his cane. Look at how cool this guy looks. I think we need to focus on that first and foremost. So this ancient man, who is recovering from a procedure, crawls out of the hospital. He was in a wheelchair? I need pictures of this. Democratic Representative Al Green of Texas was in a hospital bed recovering from intestinal surgery on Tuesday as Republican-led House is about to vote on impeaching Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. So it came as a surprise when he showed up at the last minute on the House floor Tuesday night in what appeared to be hospital garb. In a conversation with CBS News, Green said that once he learned the impeachment vote was happening, he spoke with his doctors to obtain clearance to go to the Capitol with medical staff accompanying him. Oh my God. Ultimately, the vote was 214 in favor of impeachment and 216 against, an outcome that was made possible by Green's vote. 3 Republicans had voted no before Green's arrival at the Capitol, and the tally stood at 215-214. Green cast the tying vote, which defeated the impeachment resolution. Representative Blake Moore of Utah then switched his vote in order to give GOP leaders the opportunity to bring up the vote again when there are enough Republicans present to pass the measure. So by making it a loss rather than stalling it. Because if it was a tie, it would have been, it would have like gone to deliberation further, or like there would have been different procedures if it had gone to a tie rather than it being lost. I need to know more about that. Wait, how does that make sense? I don't know. We'll think about it later. Speaker Mike Johnson called the failed vote a setback. If it was a tie, they would bring out the mace. I see. Of course. Voting doesn't matter, by the way. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. It seems like Republicans have finally gotten it in their head that constantly nonstop freaking out about trans people isn't really that effective of a strategy electorally. So they're pivoting now heavily to the border. They are hardcore fixating on the border issue, you know? More so than like ever before. They have literally nothing to offer. Nope, it's only ever fear-mongering, you know? Trends, fearmonger, degenerates, your children, fearmonger, people at the border, fearmonger. No actual engagement with data or statistics or any evidence that anything that's happening is bad or is happening at all even. Just, you know, fearmonger. What did Alejandro Mayorkas do to get Republicans mad? Well, they're the director of Homeland Security under Biden. Biden is weak on the border, according to them. U.S. House Republicans say the secretary is violating immigration laws by not detaining enough migrants and by implementing a humanitarian parole program that they say bypasses Congress to allow people into the country who wouldn't otherwise qualify to enter. And they allege that he's lied to Congress when he said things like the border is secure. All of this together, they argue, has created a prolonged crisis that is having repercussions across the country. I still don't even know what the repercussions are. What are they afraid of? If this is a fentanyl thing, then I'm really sorry, but you're not going to stop the intake of fentanyl by like cracking down on the border. That's not like there are massive moneyed interests from like China and shit that are bringing that in. That is not that entire market is not reliant entirely on fucking Alejandro or some guy named Jorge coming in across like a 200-mile stretch of desert to drop like assholes full of fentanyl like condoms, you know, at drop zones or whatever. That's not how this market is working. Every time I hear Republicans talk about this, they just talk about it being an invasion. Quit making shit up. What are you talking about? Invasion. .02% of fentanyl has been found from illegal immigration. The vast majority comes into the U.S. by U.S. citizens through legal ports of entry. Just think about it. Just think about it logically for a second, okay? If you will, please. Think about it logically, all right? Fentanyl is a massive trade. The drug trade broadly is a massive trade. You know, this is a multi-billion-dollar industry. There are kingpins and warlords and businesses that thrive off this market. Do you think they would really have their supply chain be so easily compromised as to leave it in the hands of just random illegal immigrants moving through? Like they would let their shipments and supply, their massive, complicated supply chain falter through a process that unreliable? Probably not. Maybe sometimes, but probably not. For the most part, they probably do what other businesses do, which is that they work to secure contacts that they can leverage to maintain a consistent line of entry. That way, they don't have to worry constantly about any one of millions of random undocumented immigrants doing their little part of a drop. Just nonsense. We already know that, at least to some extent, border guards and local police departments in America are getting like kickbacks on allowing fentanyl to enter the country. Like that research has already been done. Pretending that, like, just admit, like, you're calling it an invasion because you don't like Mexicans or Latin Americans or whatever. Ah, the Cato Institute, my favorite organization. Fentanyl is smuggled for U.S. citizens by U.S. citizens, not asylum seekers. 100% true. An NPR poll found last week found that 39% of Americans and 60% of Republicans believe most of the fentanyl entering the U.S. is smuggled in by unauthorized migrants crossing the border illegally. A more accurate summary is that fentanyl is overwhelmingly smuggled by U.S. citizens almost entirely for U.S. citizen consumers. Fentanyl smuggling is ultimately funded by U.S. consumers who pay for illicit opioids, nearly 99% of whom are U.S. citizens. In 2021, U.S. citizens were 86.3% of convicted fentanyl drug traffickers, 10 times greater than the convictions of illegal immigrants for the same offense. Over 90% of fentanyl seizures occur at legal crossing points or interior vehicle checkpoints, not illegal migration routes. The location of smuggling makes sense because hard drugs at ports of entry are about 97% less likely to be stopped than are people crossing illegally between them. Just 0.02% of the people arrested by Border Patrol for crossing illegally possessed any fentanyl whatsoever. .02% is insanely small, especially considering the fact that in the Midwest, 1 in 1 U.S. citizens is addicted to fentanyl, right? So yeah, that number is pretty small. Usually when people lie about their intentions, Jackalope, the best thing that you can do is try to like really dig in and get them to explain what they're angry about. So they'll say the fentanyl thing, so you talk about the fentanyl thing, and then like, okay, then what? They're invading the country. What do you mean by invasion? Do you mean like armies marching that have seized cities? Is Houston fallen? You know, are we getting like bombing? Like, what are you talking about? You know, what invasion? And they'll be like, oh, well, this massive swarm of people. Okay. Why are massive swarms of people bad, right? Like, really, though, we've had immigration waves in this country before. The waves of Irish and Italian immigrants and Polish immigrants before them and German immigrants before them, these immigrant waves, like, defined the country, shaped our culture, helped us develop, you know? We incorporated an ungodly number of people back in the earlier days of this country because in the earlier days of this country, we didn't have a border. No country had a real border back then. You could just enter wherever. If you lived in Mexico back in like, you know, 1823, you could just walk north and show up in a town somewhere, you know, north, east, I guess, and show up in a town and just like start living there. You know, you think they're all getting like social security numbers? Like, no, that's not how it worked back then. The development of modern border security is just that, modern. Prior to that, people just kind of wandered, and national allegiances were a lot less loose than they are today before the surveillance state really started kicking up, you know? So what's wrong with a bunch of people coming in? Are your problems that they're going to depress local wages? Because it just so happens we got research about that, and immigrants don't depress local wages. The only group of people who are harmed, wages-wise, from the presence of a new wave of immigration are the previous waves of immigrants, which is like, we don't want to let illegal immigrants in because they'll harm the other illegal immigrants. What does that even mean? Also, there's plenty of research to indicate that massive fields that we rely on, like agriculture, kind of sort of rely a lot on illegal immigration. Like, I don't know. I feel like them growing food's a good thing. Maybe we should treat them better, afford, you know, pay them more, treat them as citizens would be treated. I'm not saying that I justify their abuse or exploitation, but they chose to come here because even in America, being exploited is probably better than how bad things are in some parts of Mexico or Central America. So, okay, like they're here now, let's treat them well. So, like, what's the issue then? And then invariably, by the way, the reason they care so much about immigration is because they're racist. There's almost no other real reason for it. Even if they don't know it, they're not always knowingly lying. Sometimes they think it's about those other things. They have this like nebulous feeling that it's just wrong, you know, but they don't have like a concrete set of prescriptive statements to back it up. So they you know, they waffle about with different arguments, but at the core of it, it's racial anxiety, you know? That's, yeah. Is fentanyl the one where a cop claims it kills them if it brushes against their arm hair for half a second? Yes, it is true. If you ever want to commit a crime, smear your entire body with fentanyl, and cops won't be able to touch you, you know, because they'll die if they do. Even if they get close to you, you're indestructible. That's a big deal over there in Florida, Ruby Me. It'd be interesting to look into that, but I don't know of any specific data. Sleepy paralysis demon, my understanding of the reason why Canadian housing prices are screwed isn't so much a matter of immigration as it is, like, first of all, immigration, like what we talk about in the southern border, is not the same as Canada inviting a bunch of international students. Those are two different groups, socioeconomically or socioeconomically speaking, right? Like there's a very different set of social effects those groups have on society, especially because, notably, students don't contribute to the economy. Students can have a job, but they don't by default, meaning that for the most part, a student is an investment. Bringing a student in might enrich the university they're, attending, depending on like whether they're paying scholarship, whatever. But like, they don't have the same broad impact as like, I don't know, a Mexican dad of two coming in and immediately working in some like agricultural job. Also, not enough housing being built. I'm not saying that waves of immigration can't pose problems, but they're the kinds of problems that nations need to deal with, because the alternative to that would be to never grow. If you want the population to grow at all, and you should, it would be bad if it didn't, at least for now. You want people to come here anyway. But in terms of like the expense of a resident, an immigrant is better than a local resident, because a local resident, a person who's born in America, spends 18 years or more being a worthless, lazy sack of shit. All of that time growing up is money that society has to invest in young people. They're purely a drain, and only after they start really working a job do they contribute, right? But immigrants come in able to work for the most part. So, article on Florida's labor shortage. Yeah, DeSantis has done a crackdown on undocumented immigrants working in Florida. And now they have a labor shortage in a lot of cases, which is, by the way, why Florida has recently lowered the standards for young people working. They're like, oh, okay, we don't have immigrants now. Well, let's just get like 15-year-olds to work longer hours or something. In the absence of that labor, there are now holes in these industries that are going to be filled by tearing children away from their studies. All right, that's enough. That's enough. Would immigrants who already speak English be preferred? Of course. If you live in America, you should speak English. You can speak other languages too as much as you want, but it is just broadly good for everyone, including you, that you also learn to speak English. I don't think it's a crime for you not to, but yeah, it's like the language of the country for the most part. It's just convenient for people to speak the same language. They're easy workers to exploit, Sarah Wen. Do you think it's fine for schools to teach exclusively in other languages? If it's a special kind of school, sure, but generally no. Sorry, this is just a matter of convenience. Society works better if we have a shared language. English is clearly the language of America, not like officially or whatever. I think that bilingual options should be available, don't get me wrong. I don't think you should like isolate or discriminate against people who don't speak English, but obviously like it is better if we can all speak English. And everyone in America, if they're going to school, should be taught English. Absolutely. Canada has 2 languages and look how it's doing. Yeah, it's falling apart. No, well, again, America has many languages. We're a very diverse country. Mostly English and Spanish, of course, but plenty others, right? But in Canada, my understanding is that in spite of how Quebec behaves, most Québécois, like there's still an interest in learning English there, right? Much in the same way that people in Germany and France learn English, you know? Like you still want people to be able to communicate. So states like California, Arizona, and Texas shouldn't have Spanish immersion schools or like Native American schools teaching exclusively in their indigenous languages? If it's a public school being paid for with public money, fuck, even if it's a private school, yeah, any school, they should teach English if the students there don't speak English. You can learn in other languages. Like if your first language is Spanish, you can have like the primary education in Spanish, but there should be a course that teaches English. So they can learn English, at least functional English, right? You know? Yeah, ESL English. Yeah, yeah. What about American schools in foreign countries that teach in English? Well, for people who speak English as a first language, sure. But if there are schools in France, I think they should teach French too. Yeah. Or schools in India, I think they should all, like teach Indian. Even for people who don't primarily speak Indian, I feel like they should teach Indian in those schools because you're in India, so it would be good to know Indian, I feel. Is that not the language? Oh, Hindi, that's right. Hey, look, in fairness, English is American, okay? There's several Indian languages. No, 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 hold on. There's several Hindi languages. No. Okay, it's a joke. Yeah. India has a lot of official languages. Hindi has a lot of official. No, sorry. Yeah. India's government is sending an assassin to Vosh's location. Yeah. All right. Today was a really fun stream. Was? Yeah. Well, I have to read donations, of course. Yeah, one final show because I'm nervous about it. Like I said before, I've got a wedding coming up, a friend's wedding, not my own wedding, and I don't really have any proper like fashion suits. So I got a nice sports jacket after communicating with a person from the anthology, getting advice about fit and material and stuff. I wasn't sure if I wanted a size 50 or a size 52, but I did eventually settle on a size 50 after getting some advice. I'm really looking forward to getting this. I'm so fond of this bit of extra material that pulls up as the sleeve connects to the shoulder. I think that's really, really lovely. What was the advice? Well, I sent them measurements and a few photos of me wearing a different suit jacket along with measurements of that suit jacket so that they could get a feel for what the, what do you think about fitted suits? I mean, they should all be fitted, right? You mean slim fit? I still haven't decided whether or not I want to get this paired with these, some mid-rise chinos in whatever color, or these dark gray trousers. I feel like I'm lured by the dark gray trousers, but at the same time, I could wear these out more on like day-to-day stuff. You know what I mean? Oh man, though, look at how nice the dark gray trousers look. Bridged with like a deep red, like the color of this pocket square. You're rich by both. That's a lot of money, man. Don't support your parents this month. True. Dark gray and red seems more wedding-y to me. Yeah, it probably does. Just, I can't wear trousers that often, just day to day, you know? Like big, heavy, high-waisted wool trousers. But we're moving into the summer months. These are kind of nice, though. Maybe I should go for something light. Oh, maybe... Belts or suspenders? I don't really like suspenders. I'm really torn up on this. I genuinely don't know. You know what's really cute? Look, these are high-waisted denim chinos. They're not really structured like jeans. These are very beachy, but I feel like these could look really nice, and they're like broadly applicable. They're flecked white denim, so they have this like subtle texturing on them. I think those look really nice. But how often could I wear something like that? Fuck, this is tough. I own a yacht ass chinos. Yeah, I agree. They are very I own a yacht. That's true. What about this? Single cotton twill. I know these photos are a bit from a distance, but I feel like that looks pretty nice. See? I need to decide soon. These look sharp but casual. Yeah, but like if I showed up, imagine a wedding fit like this, except the shirt is a proper button up tucked in and I don't have the pop collar, you know? The drape of the material is a little casual. Yeah, it's meant to be to an extent. I mean, these are proper trousers. These aren't you know, these aren't chinos, but they're not wool. They're linen cotton, which is what contributes to the casual feel of the material. The suit on the left is top notch. This? It's a nice jacket. Linen rocks. Yes, it does. Cocktail attire. No wonder. This MF said trousers. That's the term. Well, I'll think about it. I guess I could get more than one. Just like, geez. Also worth noting that the jacket that I've ordered is made of wool. So any material that isn't wool as pants will have a distinct textural difference. I kind of like this too. There's only one photo of it, but don't these look kind of nice? This is made of moleskin. Moleskin is a kind of Egyptian cotton. It's very thick. It has kind of like, well, like a, I don't know, velvety feel to it. Look at all of these like horizontal lines. That's such an interesting textural contrast to having some heavy wool jacket. But it's heavy. It's a heavy material, so it would look fine. Maybe I want moleskin. I don't know. Can you explain the difference between denims, chinos, and jeans? Well, denim is a kind of weave of cotton. Chinos is any pants that I don't like. No. Chinos is a pretty blanket term for like different types of pants that don't fit in other categories, like pleated trousers or whatever. But some chinos are pleated, but not all of them. Whatever. And jeans are, you know, like there's a lot of overlap. But jeans are, you know, made of denim and have a specific fit and blah blah. All right, let me read donations. I really like this hoodie. Ain't it cute? Will you be too hot with wool trousers and a jacket? Nah, the material's not too heavy. Malopsy and Alexei, thank you for the tier 1 subs both. I really appreciate that. Likewise, Yoshikagakira. Yoshikagakira, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs as well. Voosh, have been a YouTube lurker for a few years. Thank you for helping me come to terms with myself and coming out as non-binary to my friends. That's awesome. I'm really happy to hear that I could in any way inspire you there. Slopinator TV and Bisadu, thank you for the tier 1 subs all. Really appreciate that. Vosh, I've been watching for a long time. You really inspired me to dress more out there with being more open with my presentation, and to others, much love. Oh, I'm very happy to hear that. Yeah, my goal with the fashion stuff has never been to like be obnoxious or whatever. I just think it's kind of cool how much, I've said this before, but like, I just feel bottoms dress better, and frankly, I don't think they should have a one-up on me in any field. Tron Panda TKS, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Emergency Octopus, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Really appreciate that. Steph's Not Fluffy and Theosis, thank you for the $5 both. I really appreciate that. Do you think philosophical theories such as absurdism or nihilism have any pragmatic value? Theories aren't about having pragmatic value necessarily. They're lens of analyses that you use to think in different ways about stuff that, you know, you have a hard time cracking, I guess. I think that if you are thinking about things through that lens, or even thinking about the lens, you are getting value from the theory, as long as it arrives to, you know, it leads you to arrive to sort of constructive or helpful thoughts, I feel. Nanachi and Title Punk Roller Girl, thank you for the tier 1 subs. Really appreciate that. I don't care for Linux personally. Banana Crabman, thank you for the $5. Have I heard of the game Void Stranger? It's up there with Disco Elysium for me. That is high praise. Maybe I'll take a look. Godwings 101, thank you for the $10. Really appreciate that. Sigma Mayo and Baba Beta, thank you for the $10 both. Emotional support after silly chat behavior around music. Thank you. I feel bad for banning all those people, but that is like the one thing that really gets me, you know? The one thing that really gets me is like I feel like if sometimes people in chat disagree, and that's fine, but they disagree in ways that misconstrue my point so aggressively that I feel like it's a personal thing, you know? Born of Osiris 606 and Stanley the Dog, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. Been emotionally/mentally dull for years. No life/personality I'd need to share if I want to socialize. No will to live fully but not depressed. Your advice? The condition you're describing is called anhedonia, or an inability to feel pleasure. It is a biochemical state that it's not desirable for your flourishing as a human being. There might be medicine that can help you, and it would be worth talking to someone about it. Outside of talking about it, you know, it's difficult to prescribe advice for something like that. But I think it can be somewhat freeing sometimes to understand that even though some conditions might feel permanent, they really are often the product of electrochemical signals and hormones that are affected by things that can be changed, you know? There's nothing inalterable about any element of your thoughts or your brain. What you need to do to alter it, though, that unfortunately is something you know more about than me. Slaps Hungry Bears, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. Angie and a Socialist Loveworm, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. I Love Duckies, thank you for the $5. Smelody and Bongles, thank you for the $5 both. Congratulations, I'm happy to hear your older sister's C-section went well. His name is Mitchell. Nice! That's fantastic. Bubby Cam, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Kane 111th, the $5. Republican state senators banned from running for re-election based. I saw this, yeah. I thought it was pretty funny. I just didn't have time to get to it on the day that it was on my mind. Oregon High Court says 10 GOP state senators who staged long walkout can't run for re-election. Were they banned just for doing the walkout? I don't know if I agree with this otherwise. I would need to look into it. Like, if it was purely for their opinions, that shouldn't block them. If they were like impeding, they basically paralyzed our legislature for multiple years. They denied quorum. Okay. So these people weren't just with bad opinions. These people were just holding up the processes. Gotcha. Okay. Then yeah, they could be banned for that. Kowalski from Nebraska with the $5. The grass and rye are turning green in the depths of winter. This climate crisis is concerning me. Yeah, no kidding. Trees have been turning different colors at wacky times lately. Guess this is the new normal for as long as it lasts, and then a new normal will happen because things are changing really quickly. It's so over? No, it's not so over. Don't worry. The trees look pretty cool with their wacky color schemes. What do I that's right, it's Studio. I always forget they recently changed the YouTube backend again. They're fucking me over on multiple accounts here. Okay. Earn supers. There we go. Okay. Maxwell with the $2. Thank you for the eye emoji. Random internet user, thank you for the $2. Still alive and dyslexic cow. Thank you for the $5 both. I really appreciate that. Crypt of the Necrodancer is a great game. Not my type of game because I have no rhythm. I'm bad at it. But it is a great game. Forbes Watson, thank you for the $5. Who's your favorite character in Jujutsu Kaisen? Well, I've only seen the anime. I haven't watched the manga. I mean, Gojo is the easy answer, right? I find him charming. Also, should I watch or read Dungeon Meshi? I think that the manga is stellar, and I think the anime is also stellar so far. I would recommend reading through all of Dungeon Meshi and then watching the manga. Seriously, like, it's that good. Really. The anime is good enough that it's worth re-experiencing it. I misspoke again, didn't I? I recommend reading all the manga and then watching the anime. Thank you. Yes. Martian Mars, thank you for the $2. Jojo and K Blaze, thank you for the 5 both. I really appreciate that. Could you please do a stream about wage stagnation? I don't really want to do a stream about it because I talk about it so often in little bits in other videos that it would feel redundant. It's a real problem, but it's definitely come up on stream multiple times. Thank you for defending trans women such as myself. The world is scary. We got to look out for each other. The world sucks. Thanks to the rich. The world sucks for a variety of reasons, but it has the potential to get better, and it's better now than it has been in the past. So that's cool, at least. Crawling in my skin with the tier 1 sub. Worried about getting a gun because I'm already politically active. Nothing edgy, but if we go fash, I don't want it coming up in court. Trust me, they won't need your gun ownership to go after you if things go fully fash. I would say that you're fine on that front, at least. Sake, thanks the 5 tier 1 subs. Thanks for being chat's therapist. I could totally see you getting an Indochino custom suit or something. Yeah, but Indochino isn't very good, which is the reason why I'm going elsewhere. Indochino just generally doesn't make very good suits, I'm afraid. They're fine. Again, I'm being picky here. I think they're a little bit better than Suit Supply when it comes to their construction, but Indochino suits are... Look, when you pay less for stuff like that, there's a reason for it, especially when it comes to getting it custom made, you know? There's a reason why custom made suits cost thousands of dollars. You're asking for professionals, people with a lifetime of experience, to spend dozens of hours on a single piece of clothing. It's going to end up costing a lot. I think that Indochino can sometimes give you a good product, but I think there's a lot of variance there. That's what I think. But Legal Eagle pushes them? Ah, well, you know. Good lord, this is a large Reddit post. Yikes. Let me see. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I forgot. This just guy on Reddit wrote a big post complaining about the quality of the suit that he received. Yee. I want to see him wearing it. The feeling of how you look in a fitted suit is indescribable. It is just a suit jacket is an item of clothing that has the potential to be done well or poorly. Yeesh. Yeah, look here. What do I do about a poorly made Indochino suit for my wedding? Photo of me in suit. Sorry, the lighting is bad. I was sad. I'm getting married in 2 months and need to find a great linen suit, warm weather wedding. I knew I was maybe going to wear a linen suit once a year at most, so I didn't want to drop a ton of cash on a bespoke suit. After talking to all the department stores and local places I like, I found out no one will have linen suits until right before the wedding. So I decided to try Indochino, as they had this great looking linen wool blend. Well, that's unfortunate. I'd suggest he take it in to have it tailored. Unfortunately, there are elements here that probably can't be tailored, especially... This is from 5 years ago. I mean, you know, whatever. Wearing a suit is gender euphoria for cis men. True! 1 second. I fucking love this model. I workwear posts him a lot. I don't even know who he is. I love the suits that he wears. They look so goddamn good. I'm trying to find a good example. Unfortunately, there are plenty of well-fitted suits that are like business suits, so I don't really care for their construction, even if they're constructed very well. There are so many interesting pictures. Like good trouser fit. Big boy trousers. The importance of having trousers sit properly on the waist. Many such cases. Ooh. Oh, that looks... Wow, look at that. Holy crap. This had to have been pressed, right? That is impressive. Why is everyone in chat peepo? Oh, I know why. Never mind. One day. Oh. When Vosh first experienced iron pants. Those pants weren't just iron. Trying to see if I can find a really excellent example of a properly fitted jacket. Hey, it's the same... Is this the same guy? It looks like the same jacket, even. Maybe it's not. Chat, don't call me racist. I'm face blind for people of every race. I can't tell apart, like, 50 white actors and actresses. Mostly actresses. All women look the same. Moving on. Sorry, I kind of lost track of what I was doing here. Looking for a jacket? Oh, yeah, that's what I was doing. That's a very nice looking jacket. Oh, man, that looks really good. Holy shit. Sometimes I have difficulty finding good examples of how I think I would like to look in men's formal wear, because suits have a curve built into them in most cases, and I have a pretty broad chest, and a lot of people who model clothing don't. They tend to be skinnier than me, not just in terms of stomach, but in terms of the size of their shoulders and rib cage. So I know that I'll look different in any given suit just because it has to curve more around my torso. Though that's a pretty good example, I guess, of that curve. That looks really nice. That looks really good. Ooh. I'll take a look, Freddy. Okay, sorry. I'm getting distracted. Sake, thank you so much for the 10 tier 1 subs. I really appreciate that. I can't say too much, just found out my wingtips cost $1,200. Yeah, there you go. For your own good, you need to be deprived of your excess income. Can we refer to ugly public transit architecture as dripless? Certainly we can. To my preference. If anyone in chat wants anti-doom or social confidence, remember there are people who don't have my advantages and have, unlike me, gone on dates since 2009. Yes, that's true. You can remember that, you know, we're all in the same boat, and no amount of gifted tier 1 subs necessarily translates into dating success, it seems. It's okay, Sake. I've been single for a long time too, though I've certainly gone on dates. Oh, hey, Kanye, you just appeared. All right, I got distracted there. I got distracted by my love of the game. I still have to decide what trousers to get. I'm really torn up in what trousers to get. I just don't know. I have to think about it. Oh, but I hate thinking. I've got a tiny, smooth little brain. I don't want to think about it. I love you all very much, and I'll see you tomorrow. I really enjoyed today's streams. Today's stream. Just one stream today, not 3. I really enjoyed today's stream. I'm going to send you over to Dylan Burns, who's covering something called politics. Yeah, I don't know. Hopefully you have a good time with it.